the back seat. Check the back seat. All right, come here. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Josh, Matt McMaster,
What?
and
Hi.
Nick.
Hello.
Hi, everybody.
How are you, Happer?
I'm all right. How about you?
Great.
Good.
Refreshed.
Rested. I could use some of that fresh.
You should try it out.
I don't have that.
What thing do you have today?
Actually nothing. Well,
Whoa.
but I'm kind of getting some stuff ready for basketball broadcasts this week.
Whoa.
Prep.
You color commentator?
No, the other one.
Oh, women's basketball.
Mhm.
Gotcha. Sick.
Mhm.
Bro. You need a Blue Jay overtime for that? Or
I don't think the game's on the radio.
oh, okay.
I don't think the game's on the radio.
We don't do it on the radio anymore.
No, sadly.
Those
But,
days are over.
yeah.
The
And
dog
then, you
days,
know,
the
just
dog days are over?
grinding a little
Nice.
harder this week without my dear friend Josh here. I'm exhausted.
Tough look for Joey.
Not really. I mean, he can't
It's
do
making
anything
you
about
cry.
it. It's just, it's the
I know what you
it's
mean.
the flow, it's the rhythm, it's the whatever.
Oh,
I
the
say
flow.
so many I say so many words.
Yes.
Hate
You
I
were
hate talking.
you were
God. For a person who talks so much,
Yeah.
I know you guys laugh at me when
no,
I say
you're
that.
you're correct.
I truly don't like talking.
You know, I get interrogated at like Thanksgivings about like the type of woman I eventually want to marry.
Yeah.
And often people will try and be like, "Oh, you like this type of girl," or like you like this type of person, or like you would jive with this type of person. And often, no, it's weird. It's weird. And oftentimes people be like, "You want to date a girl who's like into sports, right?" They'd be like, "No,
God no.
no, not really. Like not at all. Not really remotely. Like
No.
I already get yelled about my bad takes for like a living. Like I would much rather just
You
be
do have
like,
bad takes.
yeah, I would just much rather like just say a bunch of dumb crap and my wife be like, okay, cool, who cares?
Yeah, doesn't
like
matter
it
to
doesn't
me.
matter to me. You want to watch Vanderpump Rules? I'm like, you know what? I'd love that. You know, I
My
very
wife
much enjoy
loves sports.
It's really
she
fun.
loves it.
She does. It's really
Lots
funny.
of opinions.
Like sometimes I'll go home after like Big Red Overreaction, and my wife will be like watching some TV show, and she'll be like, "Did the Huskers win?" And I'll say no. And it's so funny because like you get done hosting Big Red Overreaction, it's a little taxing, it's a little exhausting.
yeah.
The people
Yeah.
are all over you. Everyone's mad. The world is ending.
Sure.
And I go home and my wife's like, "What happened? They lost?"
Isn't that refreshing
Wow,
though? Isn't
shocking,
that,
right?
Isn't that great though?
It is. It
yeah.
really is.
Like I would need that. I think I would do great with a girl who was like really into coffee, you know, and like really into
Just a coffee girl.
Yeah. Like, have you ever been so lonely where you get a coffee and you start looking at the cup, hoping they put a number on it because you said 9 words to them?
Never.
Well, it's happened to me before. Happened to me 25 minutes
I was
ago.
just going to say, was it a few minutes ago when you got your coffee?
God, she was so pretty.
Is there a number?
Wow, right down here.
Yeah,
Well, wow.
I know.
Go
Maybe
say
I'll
hi to
go.
her.
Go shoot your shot quick.
I'll take the StreamYard over there and ask her out for you.
Yeah, I mean, she was the brunette one
would be
with
a great
Modern
radio
wing
red-
man right
the
there.
red lipstick.
Hello, I'm a married man, but my coworker thinks you're cute.
Yeah. You're live on the radio.
Yeah,
What do you think?
Yeah, I
she
was
gave
forget- what
she
is-
gave me a great smile when I drove off. You know, I know.
Right, because you gave her money. And
No, I made a good joke. She was like,
What did you say?
She
Because
was-
she's good at her
she
job,
was-
customer service.
She was like, "Do you have a specific type of bean that you want or anything?" And I'm like,
"Don't answer that."
and,
what did you say?
and I go, "Oh God, no." And like she like chuckled at that. And then I go, I wish I could impress you with like, blah, blah, like the different types of whatever.
Oh,
but it's just like
Different bean facts.
yeah. But it's just like I really don't care. Like coffee's coffee. And she's like, oh, ha ha.
Laszlo writes,
She was digging it.
He's talking, imagining his perfect woman like he's never met another human before. Her hobbies are coffee and pretty.
Yeah, really. I'd love to date a barista. I would.
Do you think it
Poll
would?
question.
Do you think she would have laughed if when she asked what your favorite bean was, you're like green pinto?
No.
No?
No. God, no.
Okay.
That's not funny.
Okay.
Wow. Roasted.
Like
It's not-
coffee.
It's not.
Absolutely
It's not-
roasted.
It's not funny.
Like
I know.
like coffee, Nick. Good job.
Like coffee.
Nice.
Paige doesn't like my jokes either.
See,
It's okay.
Mike
I
writes.
hope
Just
Date a
anybody
barista.
though.
Sometimes I get a chuckle.
Mike writes in the chat like, Matt, you are pretty. Date me, please. Like, you'd be shocked like how that works at a bar. Like nowadays with my generation, with a bunch of schmucks who don't like going up to women.
Yeah.
Like you just go up to girls nowadays and you're like, look, you're really pretty. I love to buy you a drink, and then it works like all the
That's
time.
not new.
Yeah, that's
No,
like it
no,
has been
but-
since the
no,
beginning.
it's
But
worse now
it's
because
worse
of the
now.
Andrew Tate
Because-
brain rot type of stuff.
Well, it's one
You
of
guys
those.
are too influenced
Wait,
by.
wait,
You
wait.
need to take some responsibility for yourselves.
Nick is
okay?
talking for himself.
okay.
Okay.
I'm talking.
I'm
to
talking about just the guys at the bar who are
Thank
just
you,
are just so afraid of rejection. It has now just made me, who I don't give a damn, clearly, that like when I walk up to a girl, they're like, "Oh my god, like you are the first person all night to like come up to me and talk. Thank you for coming up and talking to me." I'm like, "You're welcome." And then they're
How's
like,
that working out for you?
well, then they go, "All right, I'm going to talk to this 6'4" dude." I'm like, "All right, sounds
Right.
good, man." I'm like, but at least
But
could
you
do
had
it.
a nice
A
conversation.
nice combo. And then after like every fourth one, it's just like, cool.
I
Go.
feel like every other crossover, when I see the description on the morning show, it's like Matt talks about his dating life, and now I'm getting to participate. in
Not
one of
really.
these.
I don't feel like we talk about my dating life all that much.
People like to ask questions.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
How's it going?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of opinions on it, which
And it's going to be the holiday soon, so your family will be asking you.
yeah.
That's exciting.
They'll
Yeah.
say, I have an opinion.
Mm.
They will have
You need to do
opinions.
this, or you need to do
That's
that.
crazy. You're still so young. You don't need to be married yet.
So, what kind of beans did you get?
Great
But
question.
he's got the house roast or whatever.
Just-
Medium or
just
dark?
coffee.
Or...
I don't care. It's just I need caffeine. I just need.
So what did you say? I want
Yeah,
whatever.
I go.
Surprise me.
I go large coffee, 2 creams, 1 pump of vanilla, 1 pump of caramel.
Oh my gosh, that's a child's drink.
I need sugar and caffeine.
Yeah, then you're gonna crash.
I've already done my job today.
Let's just
So
hope it-
I'm now
did you
doing
call
another
her?
job.
Did you call her honey when
no,
you ordered
God,
it?
no.
Toots?
I'm not a weird. No, first off, I only call women who are like
Sweet.
50 years old serving me honey. Thanks, hon.
Really?
Yeah,
Really?
Interesting.
Yeah, I'll do that. Or I call my friends babe. What's up, babe? Like just
Your friends?
yeah.
You've never called your dude friends,
That's
babe?
kind of a dude thing.
Yeah.
I don't know.
What's up,
Yeah.
babe?
I call him friend. I say, hey,
Lame.
friend.
Wow, you don't have it. I don't know if there's a true friends job.
Does Josh Peterson
my
have
best friend.
friends? People
Uh,
are asking.
I have the best friends.
You're really nice to your friends, though.
You are a nice girl.
Thank you.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah,
you're
thank you.
you're like a good friend. Like I'm really mean to all my friends.
Yeah.
I think we're mean to each other. In
That's
general.
fun. There's
See-
one friend that we're all mean to.
Yeah,
He listens to all of our shows and texts us a lot.
I know that.
I
guy.
heard his name on your show multiple times.
I read his
today,
text a lot.
He
When
texts a
they're
lot.
coherent, I mean, they're
and that's
really good.
which is one of the reasons we roast him to
Yeah.
go back to the coffee motif.
Yeah.
Aaron, if he's of course listening.
Why do you think it's the one friend that gets roasted and not everybody else?
Because he's the one who talks the most. So he's the most opinionated, but he also is a bad typer. So it's like it's just so easy.
I think-
he adds parentheses for no reason, but he forgets to close them. So we make fun of him for that.
Aaron is like looking in the mirror, honestly.
You're the Aaron of your friend group?
For sure.
Really?
But I dish it back.
Yeah.
I give it back. I'm not a jamoke. I'm not getting walked over. I'm not like
No.
Ty Lue in the corner against
Yeah.
Kobe.
I will say
You
we
know.
were all very nice. He's a
Not a
Packers fan.
jamoke
We were
Not a
very
jamoke.
nice. None of us said anything mean to him about Micah Parsons.
about his season being over.
Now, maybe in some side chats there was stuff going on, but nothing in the main chat.
That's what I'm talking about. Talk behind your friend's back.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's how you. That's
I
how
mean,
you're supposed to
seriously.
do it.
Absolutely. They got to,
Yeah.
And then
I've-
you can maybe address the right way to bring it up with.
Well, I've said to a friend before, I said this behind your back once, and then I just
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. I mean, guys like transparency. They like honesty,
which would be more of a reason to not actually have the conversation behind their back.
Exactly.
But
then I've told friends before, I'm like, you really made me mad that one time. Like I legitimately got mad at you you know, and like this is how we're gonna deal with this, okay? And then we deal with it.
Nice.
That's just I like men. I think this is part. I can't.
I like men.
I like.
Great work, Nick. Excellent work by you, Nick.
Interesting.
Katie writes, McMaster truly is a child with that drink order.
I like having guy friends are
It's
easy.
too late now, buddy.
Yeah, you can't.
Take that one
I'm
back.
tired.
Yep.
I'm
He
really
adds, he
tired.
definitely loves a dirty Shirley. Thoughts, Matt? On a
No,
dirty
hell
Shirley?
no. I whiskey diet Coke or whiskey.
What did you think
whiskey
about the
Diet Coke.
poll question that we had about you today?
So I'm the one who sends out the Christmas cards for the family.
Of course
I've
you
never made my own Christmas
it
cards.
was, does Matt look like he sends out Christmas
The answer,
cards?
I would have voted no.
Really? Because I just my explanation was you have this kind of motherly like hominess warmth to you.
Yeah, everybody deserves a Christmas card and Christmas.
You're like a crock pot personified.
I was crock-potting yesterday.
Yeah.
He's a crockpot in human form.
I'm not fat.
No,
nobody said that.
And you don't need to put liquid in me for me
There's
to
a warmth
reach.
there's a warmth to a crock pot,
Oh,
right?
Wow. This is like the nicest thing you've ever said
A
to me.
smell to a crock pot that encapsulates the whole room, you know. it
Is my
overcomes it.
smell my farts?
Your
Is that what
presence
you're
is a
referring
crock
to?
Farter.
Yes. You really hop on. You really like that nickname.
I mean,
don't
that
you?
was funny.
You hop on that
Well,
one.
because you always get a little triggered by
you
it.
know,
So I
Josh goes, Matt, and then he goes, McFarter.
just one time.
It's like the only time when you do your John Bishop impression is with the McFarter.
Really? That's my John Bishop impression?
Well, you just go horse crap call.
Good one.
Horse crap call.
I'm not that far off, by the way.
Pretty good.
I'm
You're
my
getting there.
my horse crap's
Yeah,
call.
It's not as good as your Gruden, but you're getting there.
I'm not gonna do it now.
goes.
That thing's overplayed.
Yeah.
It's overplayed.
I saw a good one of him yesterday. He was
Matt?
no, of Gruden. He was diagramming some play that the Dolphins were doing.
Yes, he goes, this center man, he's so important to their offense, man. I mean,
Yeah.
everything runs through him.
Yeah. It was great. He was actually a great
Getting ready for the
video.
Monday
He
night
goes,
game?
he goes, the left guard chips up this way, and now you got options, man. Now
Yeah.
you got options.
Nice.
They run like it was like a backside like reverse.
Yeah.
Like there. It was great. It was a great video.
Gruden is so good.
He is pretty funny.
He's awesome.
Mm.
He's funny, but he's like funny in like when he does his own content, it's a very like homey, like a very I don't know. It's kind of like no, it's like family content. Like it's just nice. It's like wholesome. It's wholesome.
The
football.
opposite of his emails is
Yeah.
what you're saying.
Yes, yes.
That's very
Wholesome football content. And then he gets on with Portnoy and Big Cat and starts swearing like a sailor, you know, because he's trying to be cool.
See, I don't know about any of that stuff. I just see his videos when he's opening
Yeah.
boxes.
Yeah.
Greg and Lincoln.
Hey, I got a box from Kansas State, man. What do you know about Gale Sayers, man?
That's wrong school.
Greg and Lincoln says, if you're listening on the radio, Matt doing faces with the voices is pretty good. That is the best part about the Gruden is his face contorts.
Yeah,
immediately.
you almost have to do it in order to get to the voice.
Yeah.
That's what Frank Caliendo says when he
Friend
teaches
of Connor.
Indeed.
when he teaches
A
you
close
how to do it.
personal friend.
When's the last time you were texting with him?
We haven't texted since Vegas.
Creighton season is going down the pooper.
Yeah, he hasn't asked any questions.
Yeah, he doesn't want to know the
He
answer.
probably
He's going to the Funny Bone though in February, right?
January.
Oh, I got to get tickets.
There you go. I know a guy. His name is Frank.
Well, actually, can you connect me with him so I can pay a discount?
Sure.
I don't know if I
From
want to
Frank.
connect you to him, but I'll
That is a good call.
yeah.
Why? I want to meet him so badly.
Well, he'll be in town. You can meet him then.
Yeah.
Meet him at the Funny Bone.
He is like,
Meet him. Just don't say that you know Happer. You know, you don't want to sully the good name of Connor
what do you?
Happer.
You don't wanna-
screw you.
you don't
all
want
right? First off, I'm a
ride coattails.
diehard Frank Caliendo fan.
Yeah.
All right,
Exactly.
I
This
am.
is why.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
concerned.
you
Like-
don't want to be like, I worship you.
You're going to be
love
really
you.
That's what I'm
weird
gonna
about
say.
it.
Also, I know Connor Happer because then he's never going to talk to Happer
Yeah.
again.
Act like you've been there before, dude.
Act like great advice, Nick.
Act like you've met a
Play
famous
it
person.
Cool.
Yeah,
You ever heard the phrase "play it cool"?
Be like your jokes
Yes.
kind of suck, actually.
Yes. What are you talking?
Do you
I-
play it cool
I-
very often?
Me too. Yes, I do. Of
All right.
course, I do.
I don't know.
You've been out with me before.
Didn't you hear a story about the beans in the coffee?
You called the barista toots though.
I didn't call the barista.
That's
toast.
unreal.
He said,
That
"Thanks
is-
for the coffee,
That is
bro."
not true. You're like Gary. Gary tried to say that I said that Schaefer's getting a divorce on air today.
No!
That's
Jeez.
not what happened.
Don't say that.
Here's what happened. I said I saw Schaefer at a Nickelback concert. I love Nickelback. I love divorced dad rock.
Oh.
Okay. And Gary goes, Schaefer's getting divorced. Does Shelby know about that? And I'm like, oh no. And then Gary's like, you just said Schaefer's getting divorced on air.
No, he
And
didn't.
tried
Stop
to-
saying it over and over
We
again.
actually, we should stop saying this.
He tried to gaslight me. into
Schaefer's
thinking
going
that.
to get a text from somebody soon. Wait, I heard something on the radio. What's going on?
I'm just saying that didn't happen. And I didn't call the barista Toots.
Good.
No, he called her broad.
No, no, I did not call her
Woman.
No.
Women.
I just looked at it. Well, you know, you like pop the window down and you hear a hey, and then you look and you're like, whoa, you know, like
Oh my gosh.
Have you ever seen a woman before?
no, not at
Whoa.
all. Well, like you look and you're like, pretty, you know.
You think I should walk down there and get a coffee and
No,
ask if
I
she
think
remembers a guy in a blue hoodie?
I think it would be she'd probably be like, yeah, he was eating a Cuban sandwich in his lap when he ordered his coffee.
Yeah, he walked in and he had Jimmy John's, and then he took it out of the wrapping, and there had already been a bite taken out of the sandwich.
I'm like you.
I
I can't wait. I'm not.
No,
waiting.
that's actually the exact opposite of what I you know.
He would have finished it,
Yeah.
not half eaten it, and then brought it into the
I
office.
had two bites, and then I put it down.
2 bites.
And then I put it back in the bag, and then I walked.
Why
over
not
here.
just wait 5 minutes when you're inside?
Because I'm hungry, Nick. Jeez.
Mm.
And I have to. There's these proper rules I have to abide by.
I'm excited for this show today. This is going to be great. Maybe I'll listen.
Wow, that'd be very much appreciated.
Yeah. What are you
Thanks
guys going
for
to
doing
talk
it,
about?
Will.
The YouTube chat is popping right now.
What do they got?
Typically, they do.
I mean, it's a lot of Dylan Raiola, Josh Peterson, Steve Sipple rhetoric is what it mainly is right now.
Yeah. Today is Sipple Day.
There was a comment that I laughed at from Alex, who writes, Josh sitting there getting dopamine hits, reading every chat and taking his victory lap in silence, in dignity. Pretty funny.
That's what I'm talking about. That's playing it cool.
Pretty funny.
There was no victory lap from Posh Jeterson yesterday on
no,
Twitter.
but I did like a lot of tweets.
Yeah.
A lot.
But
of
nobody
tweets.
can see those anymore.
That's the best part. I can
great.
like ones that are in responses to other people, and they won't know it was me.
Posh Jeterson.
That's my new Twitter handle. I got another email from Twitter saying, no, you're not allowed.
It's never coming back.
And so I'm just going to keep trying until I get it back.
But
I need my big blowtorch.
You have Bosch
Yeah, I do.
Jeterson.
What?
Yeah.
You're 234J on 230?
What?
Oh, that's not you.
No, it's literally Posh Jeterson.
I can't find you.
Okay. I mean,
Everybody
block him?
follows him. He used to be
you're
Troy Irvin.
Oh, you're private?
no. What?
It says these posts are protected.
It just looks like Josh's old profile, except for it's
No, that's
Posh
not
Jeterson.
Posh Jeterson. That's add an extra E, Matt. Add an extra E into the Ederson.
What did I do?
You forgot one of the E's.
Yeah.
You'll find it.
But Pete, your last name isn't spelled with 2 E's.
I know. I couldn't do it because of that person.
Oh,
We figured it out. We got there.
What a mark.
I think I might change it. That feels like such a weird handle.
I think that's great. That's
You know,
fine.
Like Josh on the radio. Is Josh on the radio around? I could do that. Is that
That's
one of
disgusting.
those
That's
guys?
I'm trying
Yeah.
to figure it out.
I could do
Yeah.
Josh
I want it.
1620.
Yeah.
No, I'm not putting
Ugh.
the handle of the station in my hand.
Josh
Do
on
Josh
the radio.
podcasts.
Yeah.
That's funny. Josh podcast.
Talking Josh.
Do you think Josh Podcasts is available?
All right,
Whoa.
maybe I'll-
What about
That-
I-80
yeah,
Josh? Is
I
that
like
available?
Joshy Pods.
Joshy Pods.
Joshy Pods.
Or you can do Poshy Jods.
That would be, I think, even more
It would be
confusing.
worse.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Even more
Well,
confusing.
it's a burner, right? Don't you not want people?
No, it's
No,
real now.
It's not. We're talking about it on the radio.
Oh, okay, I
it's
don't
very
know.
much not a burner.
Might have been like a small community of people get to know.
Well,
you
I mean,
guys.
it is still. It's much smaller than my old one, but you know, I got some people that are following me again, which is nice.
You're back.
I'm back. I'm here again. Very cool. Wow. Happer. I don't got anything else. Do you have anything else?
I'm sure.
Wow, I feel bad that like I come in here and like these crossovers typically with John Bishop is like, you know, they're popping, they're incredible.
Well, I
and then
usually
get-
have a little bit more gas. I feel partially responsible.
I could tell he needs help out of the bullpen.
I do.
Do we need a Toyota call to the pen?
This is a.
Should we bring in a 23-year-old Cuban to come here on the microphone?
This
and-
is an
and bring
early
us to the
season
end?
start for me.
By the way,
just
I
gonna
had
keep
it-
it to an 80 pitch count.
I had a Cuban sandwich today because of your
I love
comments
Cubans.
about Fernando Mendoza. He didn't know that Fernando Mendoza was Cuban, and so we had that conversation. And then I was like, you know what? I kind of want a Cuban sandwich today.
I don't know if I've ever had a Cuban sandwich.
So Cuban
They're
sandwich.
so
is good.
Cubano? Is this a Cubano?
A
Look,
Cubano.
Cuban sandwich is my favorite sandwich, but also if you get the one from Jimmy John's, that's not a real Cubano. It's close, but it's not quite a Cubano. I like it too.
Tell me what a real Cubano is. Nick
Shredded pork for one. You need shredded pork, ham.
doesn't have to be.
It has
at
to
all.
be.
Okay, tell my abuela that. Continue.
Matt,
Well,
you are right about everything so far, by the way.
yeah,
Keep going.
It does
I
not.
thought part of the things of it, I thought it had to be
does
shredded
not-
pork. I
does
thought
not-
that's what made it a
does
Cuban
not-
sandwich.
No.
Okay.
What makes it a Cuban sandwich
It's the
is
bread.
It's that, and it's the fact
It's the bread.
it's two parts of a cow. It's like, there's
So was
two
that a Nick
different-
fact?
I mean, I guess it doesn't have to be shredded pork.
You could like it however you like it. I mean, yeah.
Continue though. What? So shredded pork.
No,
and
I'm
then-
done now.
Oh,
I
that's
was
it.
wrong.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't have to be shredded. It's
Shredded
just-
pork,
it's
white
just-
cheese,
it's
pickles.
Just, mustard. Well,
Ham.
Swiss. It's supposed to be like Swiss cheese.
Okay, that's
yeah,
fine.
it's supposed to be Swiss. And then ham and pork. So it's great. It's fun. It's awesome. It's a great sandwich.
The Jimmy John's thing, I saw that on the menu, and I'm like, I don't
It's
think
good.
this is going to accomplish
good.
the goal they want it to accomplish.
It's really good. Now
it's good.
It's really good.
But it's good in the sense that like it's a good sandwich, but it's not like an accurate representation.
Oh
of-
God, no.
Okay.
Well, Nick is correct in the fact that it is not a true Cuban, but not for the reasons he mentions. It's not a true Cuban because it has bacon in it, and you don't put bacon.
Oh, there is.
Yeah, they put bacon in it.
It's ham and bacon instead of ham and
Yeah,
shredded pork, which I thought had to be.
yeah.
shredded
So it's
pork.
ham and bacon. Now I'll say this: the ham is great, and the fact they're toasted sandwiches, I understand why they're shoving it down my throat on the app. Because
Yeah,
they're actually pretty good.
I have.
Mark that, please, Nick.
What are we doing?
What do you mean? Have you ever listened to this show? It's all sexual innuendo all the time.
Yeah, you
You just said
saying
I understand why
things.
they're shoving it down my throat.
Now you just said.
Yeah. Exactly. Thank you, Gary. By the way, somebody said that I should change it to Joshy Scoops, which is available.
It's pretty funny.
How do we feel about Joshy Scoops?
Was Josh Podcasts not available?
I think you should just your
Peterson Pods.
Your Twitter handle should be at my story to tell.
That's pretty funny too. At Josh Podcasts is available. That is really funny.
Josh Podcasterson.
Oh, that's
how about at
too
Matt,
long.
How about at Matt Rule has signed an extension?
I think that might also be a
Too
little
long?
lengthy, yeah.
Oh man, that'd be great.
What if I
At
did?
Rule calling.
Beat me to the joke.
That's a good
Available.
do that one. That'd be great.
It would be very funny.
Lots of great options.
I kind
for
of did
ya.
like Joshy Scoops.
Joshy Scoops is such
Follow me
I-
at Joshy
I cannot
Scoops.
believe
You get made fun
you
of.
by the way, you considering being Josh on the radio
Yeah.
is like everything you stand against. Like that is such
It is,
a
which is why I'm not
that
doing
is
it.
such like a cheesy
It's so
like
bad.
so bad. Like, hey, I'm a broadcaster. I'm Josh on the radio.
I always love his impression of people because he just goes into lisp land.
Well, it's
the
because
nerdy, the nerdy try hard broadcasters.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't like those.
They wouldn't survive a second in here. Sports talk.
No.
They don't get it. I thought I was a nerdy weirdo sportscaster at first too, and then I did daily sports talk, and I'm like, oh, I can't be that anymore.
I have
to have a personality.
I have weirdo sports broadcasting friends who sometimes get mad about how I communicate things on here, and to which I have to communicate to them. You don't get it.
You don't get it.
You don't.
What
get
like
it.
what's an example?
Well, like Gary and I just kind of like making jokes about like certain players or like going back and forth.
That's
and,
the
like,
best part about
That's
being in
the
a
best
radio
part.
is I can
Exactly.
say, and I did this in the season. Dylan
But, like-
Raiola kind of stinks and annoys me. And
Well,
it's like,
so-
exactly.
this
so-
is radio.
so-
it's great. It's
so-
awesome.
it's
So
awesome.
like here's
And
so
I don't have to like write a whole column about it. I
Here's-
can just say I don't like it.
here's
It's awesome.
here's
it really is.
here's
fun.
here's a good example. This happened. I go, he's kind of weird. I go, he's just kind of a
and, they
weird.
don't, and your radio, your broadcasting
And he's
friends
like,
don't like
how
it.
do you know? How do you know that? Do you have sources? Do you have sources that he's weird? I mean, like you can't just go ahead and make those claims about a certain guy. I mean, people are listening to you.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, first off, just
It's just
like
a vibe, bro.
just like look at him. He's wearing a chain with a turtleneck that's 2 sizes too small in the front row of a basketball game. You look at that guy.
He goes to a bunch of high school games.
Yeah, you look at that guy and you go, "Oh, he's normal." He went to the Battle of the Boneyard and he was wearing a purse, right?
I think you mentioned at the beginning of your show today about how some of the burners were like, "This, we don't have to think this is cool now."
We don't have to defend the fact that he's actually trying to be like Mahomes anymore.
Is it like? And so like what? Like now, don't people just want to say, "Hey, I also thought it was weird. He went to 1 million high school events last year."
Yeah,
like it's got to be nice and free.
Or
Exactly.
6 different schools in 7 years.
Yikes!
Yeah.
So I can, but like
Yikes.
and Gary and I have been saying this for months about how he's just a different type of cat, and like I want people to go back and listen to us say that, because I don't want people to be like, "Oh, now you're taking shots at him that he's gone." No, we've been taking shots at him, the entire time. But it always comes back to like he's actually seems like seems like a good guy. Seems like a good kid. He never really
there it is.
he didn't get a DUI, or like do a crime or say anything terrible about other schools or anything like that.
No
He's
crimes.
just he's a different
Biggest
type of
crimes
dude.
were pocket awareness.
He's just a big old weirdo.
Yeah,
And he wasn't that good at football. So,
And it's but the dorky broadcaster guys are like, you don't know him personally. You can't call him weird.
I'm happy I'm not one of those guys.
Sometimes you have to put your dorky broadcaster hat on.
Yeah, that's true. I call basketball games, and I'm a professional over there.
It could work both ways.
Yeah.
You should tell your dorky broadcaster friends to do some podcasts or something.
Oh, they do.
Tell them to do it better.
They're really entertaining.
Yeah. Tell them to do it better.
Unsportsmanlike conduct.
You'll hear it in
16-20,
just a few minutes.
God, I can't wait. And then I
Nobody
can't,
does radio like us.
That's true.
wherever we be, when we may be.
Wherever we be.
You
Wherever
know what I
we
did? I
be.
saw the news yesterday, and I immediately was like, I wonder what the chat is like on 1620 The Zone's YouTube page. So I opened it up and I read it a little bit.
We were talking to Sam McEwen about women's basketball
When the news broke.
and then I said, Sam, actually, you know what? I got one more thing for you.
You probably got to leave and go right now.
That's exactly what happened.
And he probably said, don't worry, I already have the story in the can. Good to go. Thank you.
Pretty much. The story came out like 2 minutes later.
Wow, fascinating. It's almost like we all knew it was going to happen.
Sam McEwen, one time, someone has described Sam McEwen to me as a woman's basketball ball knower.
Oh, yeah,
And
that
I'm
guy
like,
knows ball.
And I'm
He's
like,
been
I'm like,
following it
hell yeah.
forever.
I'm
Yeah.
like, good for.
I think the
that's
first
sick.
time I met Sam was actually at a women's game that I called on KRNU back in college, and he was writing about it. 2012.
I like Sam.
Sam's a good guy.
I like talking Bears.
I'm
to
jealous
Sam.
that you guys get him on every well, you most weeks, but you guys get him on every week.
Hell yeah.
Mm.
Sam's my guy.
Mm-hmm.
Sam and I are.
We used to have Sam in the studio
For like an hour, right?
for a whole hour. That
That's
was such a
not-
great time. I loved that.
Yeah.
I wish we
Sam is the
but
man.
he
It's-
lives
it's-
in I think he lives in Lincoln.
See, when I first started in Nebraska media 3 years ago, people very much were like, "Look out for Sam McEwen," like Sam, because he was like, he was a known hulking like journalism figure, like he was a big deal, and was like, Sam.
Look out for him.
Not look out for him in a bad way, but like,
He's gonna get you.
about like everybody knew.
Watch your back around
Right.
Sam McEwen.
Sammy scoops.
Like Sam McEwen though was very much like he was one of the, like it was Callahan and Sam McEwen were the two. It was like everybody knew, and they're like, those are like the big deals or whatever. And so I was like a 19-year-old Matt McMaster was kind of intimidated? Yeah, by Sam McEwen. And then I go, I'm from Chicago. He goes, you a Bears fan? I go, yeah. He's
Big
like,
Bears fan.
and then
His wife's a
he's
Browns fan.
He's a very big Bears fan.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
an awesome Bears fan. to talk to.
Beers.
Too many Bears fans. We're going to talk a little bit about the Bears on the show today.
God.
Just a little tiny bit. As a
Probably
treat.
feel the best about themselves in that division amongst all of the teams.
I would.
They lost to.
Don't worry,
When they
they're
lost
still
to
the
Green
Bears.
Bay. Thanks, Happer. When they lost to Green Bay and Lambeau, I had never felt more confident after a Packers loss.
I don't know if I've ever seen a professional football loss that was treated more like a moral victory than that.
It was.
Like,
And
you
I'm-
never see that in the pros.
and I'm not-
That's a college
And I'm not
thing.
going to run away from it. Like we definitely did, because when you're down 14-3 in Lambeau going into the second half and the Packers are getting the ball.
And that was my takeaway from the game too. I was like,
Like-
I'm more impressed with both of these teams.
Yeah,
Like
like
now
every
the Packers let
now,
go.
and now the Packers are
But
dead.
like every time the Green Bay gets the ball, they march down the field, they make it 21-3, and the Bears followed up with a 3 and out, and Lambeau's rocking, and the game's over.
And that didn't happen.
And that did not happen.
Caleb Williams made some nice throws.
And then they actually outplayed them for 30 minutes. It was just
They didn't crumble.
they
Didn't shake in their little boots.
Caleb.
It is wild the Packers still covered.
I know.
Well, yeah, that was
one
the
touchdown. It seems like 1 point, but
exactly.
it's 7.
Yeah, it seemed like a 1-point game. You're totally right. Well, Cole ran a terrible route, and Caleb didn't throw quick enough, and he also had DJ Moore wide open, which, Caleb Williams does the thing where he's crap for 70% of the game, and then he makes 6 throws you've never seen anybody make before.
The throw he had against the Browns was sick. What does this mean from Corey? Matt is the from Chicago that those from Chicago chuckle about. Is that because you're from a suburb?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't know if it was like
Corey has this superiority complex because he's a little bit closer to the city.
So when you go back to Winnetka, are you going to go to the Home Alone house?
I'm not from Winnetka.
Okay.
You're from the Home Alone house?
No, you guys suck. I live 10 minutes away from Wrigley Field.
Dude, my brother lives like a 5-minute walk from Wrigley Field.
I know. So, but your brother would be like, I'm from the city, or I'm from Chicago. They'd be like, oh, where are you from? And if he said Wrigleyville, they'd be like, oh yeah, he's a city guy. But like, I grew up 5 minutes from there. You're
a suburb boy?
But I'm in Skokie, not in not in the Loop or or
5
any
minutes
of those places.
from Omaha is Gretna.
Well, no, that's a little farther.
You live in the Gretna of Chicago?
No, God, no.
Chicago.
I live in terms of Chicago. I live on 172nd.
Chicago. Nice.
Okay, say this again.
Like, how far is 172nd and Maple
from here?
Yeah,
or from Omaha.
That's where Happer and I live.
Like from here.
What do you mean?
Hey,
like
it's
drive?
20-minute
drive.
It's 20 minutes.
Okay,
20-minute drive.
I live closer to that. In relative.
But that's in Omaha.
Yeah, I know. But you say you're from Omaha.
But if you were on 172nd and Maple and you drove 20 minutes west,
that's exactly what I'm saying. That's where I'm from in relativeness to Chicago.
I don't think so.
Yes, it is.
I don't think that's
wow.
right.
Is this true? Matt's in the Ashland of Chicago, right?
Yes,
Patrick?
Yes.
Ashland's way farther out.
That's
hell no.
Kevin,
from like a mileage perspective, yes.
11 miles. I live 11 miles
away.
away.
Nebraska crossing.
But like, miles are different in Nebraska than in Chicago.
Okay, so I live 11 miles away from the Sears Tower. Okay, like from downtown.
11 Chicago miles is like 47 Nebraska.
Okay,
miles.
but I'm telling you what the relative distance is. Also, if I was born a block over, I would have been born in Sauganash, Illinois, which is considered Chicago. That is Chicago.
You weren't born a block.
If I was born a block across the street, I would say I'm from Sauganash, and Corey would be like, "Oh yeah, he's a Chicago guy. He's a Chicago guy." Yeah.
Kevin Kugler writes in.
Hi, Kevin.
I've never met anyone from Northbrook, so this is a cool conversation.
Kevin Kugler.
He just said that at Posh Jeterson. Thanks for listening, Kevin. That's very nice of you.
Kevin's not incorrect. I'm not that far away from Northbrook. He's actually very accurate.
Kevin, Cubs guy.
I'm about 10 minutes south of North.
How about that story of Kevin? Did you see that story?
Great story.
Yeah, and the picture of him and John.
It was so good.
I loved it.
I liked how they referred to John as just Kevin's friend. That was the best part.
Here's Kevin and another guy.
Kevin and his little buddy John.
Did you see that? Do you know this photo?
I saw.
You read the Sun-Times, bro?
Outside of Wrigley Field, I saw the photo. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't.
That was
read
Game 4 of the World Series.
I didn't read the article.
You should check it out. It was a really cool story.
It was.
Kevin.
What
a guy.
What did I text you on Sunday? I go, I'm happy the Bears are good at football because now I get more Kevin Kugler.
He did
in my
say
life.
this. He was really pumped about it.
Because he's actually like, that crew's awesome. And I love Kenny Albert, but
You do?
I he's like my local. Kenny Albert is like basically my local announcer. That's what I.
Is he really?
Because the Bears were so ass growing up that they gave poor Kenny all the ass.
Best
games.
part about being a Cowboys fan, I never get Kenny Albert.
So I got Kenny Albert. Like,
I don't know if I've ever had Kenny Albert on a Cowboys game.
9 games a week, I got Kenny Albert, and then but when Kevin popped up on my screen on Sunday, I go, hell yeah,
Bears are back.
I get a well called game today.
Yeah, you're pretty much like in that tier now.
Bears. I know
the best crews.
Did they put the picture of Kevin and John in the paper? Or
yes,
is it just
it was in the paper.
I gotta get.
Well, I'm pretty sure in the paper
with the caption.
Somebody, because I think Kevin quoted. I'll see if I can find it. Kevin quoted somebody that it was like the layout of it, and I think it just said, "Here's Kevin at a game." It didn't even mention John.
That's awesome.
I think John was only mentioned on the website. which
That's
made
where
me
I
laugh
saw it.
even harder.
That's where
It's
I
like,
saw it.
here's Kevin and a guy.
Kevin has it pinned on his profile right now.
Some adoring fan he met.
Nice. Yeah, Nick, go into the one with the newspaper,
Uh-huh.
like the screenshot of the newspaper. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I still haven't found Posh Jeterson.
Why? How is
I
this
don't
such a
understand how it's so
struggle?
hard. Just do
Yeah.
at.
Also,
Posh
the
Jeterson.
tweet that Nick tagged you in from at USC 1620, my handle's there near the top.
Oh, I can click on that.
Yeah. The story, and we got to go to break, but the story behind them going to that game was so funny because Kevin called and like did this fake voice for a little bit, and then John eventually figured it out. He's like, "We're going to Game 4 of the World Series," and John could not have sounded more annoyed
I'm sure.
because he was like, "How am I going to get
he had
there?
to figure out what to do.
Horse crap.
Where are we going to park?" And it's
Classic.
like, you're going to Game 4 of the World Series
You know what?
at Wrigley Field.
That is the most Cubs fan response.
Oh
though,
my
in terms
God.
No,
of-
it's just John.
in terms-
It's the John response.
No, because in the playoff games they up the prices in terms of parking.
They
and
were
you've got-
free. It was he got free
Really?
All John had to do was take his body to Chicago.
Oh,
and
then-
he was
yeah. Shut up.
He was
Yeah,
stressing
go,
like,
yeah, go to the
how
game.
am I going to
I
go?
know. But to be fair though, like you got to park at like a Shell gas station and pay $40 to walk 2 miles away. To Wrigley.
I'm sure
Field
they-
for playoff.
They
games.
probably
It
took
sucks.
a train there or something like that. Yeah, but
Yeah.
it was the World Series. Matt, they hadn't played the World Series at that stadium since 45.
I know. I went to Game 5.
it was the Cubs.
It was the Cubs.
You're talking to a Cubs fan. I'm aware.
So did you know this? The Cubs really had struggled for a while. 108 years.
And then
Cowboys 78 years away from
They,
that
like,
streak.
they won, I think.
Yeah,
right?
And they won
They
in like
won?
maybe the most memorable, unless you're Mike Schaefer, heartbreaking way imaginable.
Yeah, but then they lost Dexter Fowler, and then they never really recovered.
Who cares? You got the one.
Yeah,
That's all I want. I just
but
want the
they
one.
they could have managed that roster a little bit better after building it.
Yeah.
They kind of missed an opportunity, especially in 18. And
Now Chris
bad
Bryant
trades in
sucks.
19.
Went to
Yeah,
a Rockies game and it was like he gets 170.
Dude, I went to a Rockies game, and
He's horrific.
I'm shocked that he was playing when you went to the Rockies game.
I think he had just gotten like
he
called
doesn't
up
he
or
doesn't
something.
he doesn't play anymore. He's always hurt. He's got
Gave
a
the
bad.
Cardinals Nolan Arenado for a bag of
Stibbs says,
peanuts.
wish we still had that segment somewhere. Me too, Stibbs. And Dwayne says, true Chicago guy would be a White Sox fan. Classic, classic suburb Matt.
Much like the Pope.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Pope.
My dad grew up on the south side, and then he moved to the north side, so that's why he's a Cubs fan. So I'm a Cubs
And
fan.
with your spirit.
And peace be with you or something.
And with your spirit.
Oh, that's right. That's what they say now instead of peace be
Yeah,
with you.
someone says screw the Sox. I totally agree. Screw the Sox. I cannot wait until they.
You were excited about Rock Chalowski
No,
the other day.
I'm
Is
excited.
this true, Matt?
I'm excited when they trade Rock Chalowski in 2032 for a bunch of prospects that won't pan
And they
out.
haven't even drafted him yet.
Exactly, because that's what the Sox do. What a bunch of losers owned by a terrible owner,
Mm.
We do
Know how that field goes.
and they're going to sell it to another not so great owner soon.
That was the crossover.
Yes.
Powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. That was a great second half performance.
We've really figured it out.
made some adjustments. We went in.
All you
all
did,
about
all you did was just make fun of me. That's
It's about
made
the
some
mindset,
adjustments.
man.
That's
It's
all-
just about the mindset.
That's just all it is. Just all you guys were like, hey, we need content. Let's just make a bunch of stupid jokes at Matt.
It
Stupid.
worked.
They were pretty good.
Matt, it happens to me all the time.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
got it going with your lisp, with your
Sure.
broadcast.
Yeah,
studio
Nick is
voice.
probably like, can we bring Matt in more often? They don't make fun of me as much.
It's
Yeah,
nice
but
to
I
get a
take it
little
on the
bit
chin.
deflected.
You know.
Well, when you're not the youngest anymore, Nick, this will happen to you too.
When
Well,
will that be?
I don't actually on our show he'll be the youngest forever.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Unless one of us leaves. And then maybe they hire Matt.
I don't know. Could be anything.
You never know. All right. That was a fun crossover. All right.
Bye.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620.
You'll hear that next year on 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Boys Town Ear, Nose, and Throat Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7.
John Higgins WeatherGuard, Omaha's roofing, gutter, and siding company.
With WeatherGuard and the Higgins family, you don't just get a company, you get a family who is connected to Omaha, invested in Omaha.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick.
Matt.
They'll show you what sports talk really is.
All right, Matt, you got 5 seconds. Give me a take.
Sam Darnold's really good at football.
What on earth? Of all the things you could have said in that moment?
I put a Seahawks future on the Super Bowl.
Oh my gosh, that's never going to pay.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome in, everybody, on this Tuesday. On a Tuesday.
Nice.
Matt, do you know about that song? Club going up.
Here's my ticket. I keep it on me at all times.
On
Seattle
a
Seahawks plus
Tuesday.
800.
Wow.
Here's my other ticket for all of you who say that I don't know what I'm talking about. Indiana plus 625 to make it to the playoff.
Wait, why haven't you cashed that in
I
yet?
did, but I keep it to brag.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
What was that? Plus 625?
Plus 625.
That pays well. Did you win a lunch bet for this? Does Happer have to buy you lunch?
No, because I made a dummy lunch bet with Happer. Like I doubled down on another lunch bet with
2
Happer.
lunches?
And then I lost that lunch bet, so we then canceled
2 hot
each other
coffees.
out.
Oh, man, that sucks. I am paying up a lunch bet with Mike Schaefer this week.
Oh,
where are you
going?
I don't know. I told him he can choose whatever he wants to do. We had a conversation earlier this football season when I was in that middle stage of kind of being excited about the Cowboys because their offense was playing well, even though I was doubting their defense. And we were looking at the schedule, and he goes, yeah, and then you'll have the Cardinals, and you'll probably lose to them. I scoffed at him. They won't lose to the Cardinals. And then he goes, you want to do a lunch bet? And I said, yeah, of course. Thanks for the free lunch.
Yeah.
And then
they lost.
They lost. Among many losses this year for the Dallas Cowboys. They suck.
I'm paying up one of mine next week, by the way.
Look at this. Wait, to whom?
You and John.
What? You're buying us
Whoa!
lunch?
What did you do?
About damn time,
One of the
Nick.
2 that I owe you guys.
So we do this NFL wins draft kind of situation before every football season,
Nice.
and Nick has lost like 2 years in a row, and
Now
so
about
he
to be 3.
owes both of us lunches.
Wow. Oh, I've heard this talk before. It was like, what was going to come first, like the wedding or his lunch bets?
Bingo, because we were worried that he was going to use the wedding
As an excuse.
as the excuse to pay off the lunch bet. Good job by you, Nick. Where are you taking us?
I'm just gonna bring in something.
The Drover.
Yes.
Let's go to the Drover.
I tried going
I
to the
can't
Drover.
afford that.
I tried going to the Drover for the first time, and they were closed for a lunch event. And I was
They
like,
were
who the hell?
Matt. It's because you saw a woman that's immediately.
That's
No
screw
wonder you're
you.
having these tough conversations.
No, because
that's why you didn't get the number.
because I said that word because I already hosted a radio show today. Which am I going to use that excuse over and over again when I have bad moments on today's show? You're damn right I will.
You guys good with Broncos?
Yeah, of
that
course.
sounds
God,
awesome.
Who's by the way, Broncos? What a place, man.
What a place.
That talk about an embassy of Chicago. Broncos. You just walk in there. The food is beautiful.
Embassy
of
Chicago.
It is, man. It's disgusting, but it's beautifully
Disgusting.
It's like
it's not disgusting at all.
It's beautifully disgusting. It's tastily disgusting.
Patrick says bonkos.
It's absolutely incredible. You walk in there and the service is just right. Like they're not like, oh my God, like we're so happy you're here, but they also like aren't like super mad at you. They're like, hell yeah, we'll give you your burger. We make good burgers.
You don't want them on like the Chick-fil-A to
on the Chick-fil-A to like, you know, those like restaurants where they're purposefully mean to you.
Yeah, you'd say it's a nice
want
middle
them.
ground.
I want them. No, I don't want them to be in the middle. I want them to be slightly below the middle.
You don't want them to say my pleasure.
No, God, no. Get out of here.
Nobody. I don't want to hear my pleasure.
Yeah, I know. Stop it.
Bless your heart.
Stop being a kiss ass.
My favorite part about Broncos is I can get a burger, but then I also have the
love
option to
Broncos.
get garlic bread or fried chicken if I want it.
And then like I love eating inside of Broncos. Like I love just
Nice.
going inside and sitting in that little like glass canopy and
Sure.
just like having the sun beat down on you. And
Well, this is going to be great.
dude, those fries.
Patrick says, I'll take Matt to Alpine Inn. Needs to experience it. Have you not been to Alpine Inn yet?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Matt, sorry, you're not. Or Patrick, no.
Okay.
We will go to Alpine Inn together.
All right. I'm going to the Winchester on Friday.
I've never been there. Alpine Inn, my favorite fried chicken in Omaha.
We
Okay.
went to the Alpine Inn about a year ago,
Wow.
How'd
but
that go?
we couldn't get in. It was like a 2-hour wait. It was packed. So then we went
That's-
to Finicky Frank's next door.
That's big words from you over
Yeah,
there.
you know me. I love my fried
you
chicken.
love fried chicken.
Yeah, I really like their fried chicken. It's awesome.
Where's your favorite fried chicken ever though? Is it-
Ever?
yeah.
Oh, I
is
don't
it even
know.
in Omaha?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't honestly.
You
I've
got to
not
think
had,
about that.
I
Sit on
haven't
that
had
for
fried
me.
chicken from a lot of other places outside of Omaha.
You got to go to Louisiana.
You got to go to the South.
I've never been to Louisiana.
You gotta
I've
go
had
to the-
Gus's many times.
Sure.
Gus's is solid.
You got to go to the South and have some fried chicken.
I think Gus's is maybe a little overrated, but still pretty good.
You would go to the South and people immediately could tell you're a tourist.
Why is that?
You are just the most Midwestern looking man. Just ever.
Really? Me?
Yeah.
Nick?
Yeah.
Really?
You are so mid. You're
Do I look like I'm from Chicago?
No.
Oh.
Chicago.
Just look like I'm basic Midwestern.
A little bit.
Basic Midwestern
But
white.
you look city Midwestern. You look a little more city Midwest.
That's why whenever I go into a small town hee-haw bar, they look at me like, what is this man doing in here? He voted
Exactly,
blue. Get him out of here.
Matt McLib.
Yep, exactly. I went to a small town bar barely outside of Omaha. What's the place you're from again? The little Skokie or whatever?
Skokie, yes.
So I went to the Skokie version of Omaha.
Gretna?
No, a little even west of Gretna. And I walked in. It felt like a movie where all the chairs turned and stared at me. And I'm like,
what are you doing?
I just want to eat.
Like you walked into Norm's bar at Cheers. And
Also,
they're like, who the hell is this guy?
I was insanely disappointed. The baked potato that I got there, gross.
Really?
Yeah. So bummed. I don't even remember the name of it. Elsewhere or elsewise, I would
I've
roast
been
them.
to like 3 small cities, like 3 truly small places in my life. And each of them had like some sort of like animal-based tavern, like Wolf's Peak Tavern or something. And they all of them serve like, yeah, it was
Animal-based
Yeah, it's an
tavern.
animal-based tavern. And some
It's like the what did we do with the breweries?
It's like an adjective and it's something with nature.
Yeah, because I was like, I went to Knotted Root. He was like Knotted Root.
I went to Twisted Pie.
Exactly. And like in the small cities, their restaurant is Animal Blank Tavern. Something Lion's Den Tavern.
I went to the
right?
Running Maple.
Exactly. Yeah, something like that. So you go there and you always get the burger. They always got this half-pound cheeseburger with a crap ton of bacon, and it's always incredible.
Yeah, we
it's
did.
Always good.
Wife and I split the prime rib again. It was fairly.
You went to
mid.
a small town, had the prime rib and baked potato, and it didn't hit.
Did not hit.
How is that town still alive?
That's a great question.
There
There
might
was
be
a-
more of a pork loin town.
The Blues Brothers are here.
Drake writes, the 3 of them look like Sims character presets today. Is this true? We looked like Sims characters. Now, I've never played that game. My wife is listening
I'm
right
surprised
now.
you've never played the
She
Sims.
loves The Sims.
We actually, the 3 of us do look like a group that would walk into an IPA based bar. Like we
I love IPAs.
Yeah, I know.
Nick hates IPAs.
We
I'm
look
not a
like-
huge
we
IPA.
look
Are
like-
you in the middle ground? Are we IPA?
I've made fun of you on my own show about how you like IPAs.
I love IPAs.
I'm like, Josh Peterson loves beer that
I am that white
that
guy.
tastes like bark but has a hint of citrus.
We
you
look
know?
like we'd walk into the.
You know,
I know.
We look like we'd
That's what it
walk
is.
into the rolling forest.
Yeah,
Get an IPA.
like Josh loves a beer that tastes 90% like pine, but ooh, it's got a little lemon.
That's
in
West
it.
Coast. I'm more of a.
Oh, are you?
I'm more of a New England style.
Yeah,
like a
okay.
hazy IPA.
Yeah, well,
Oh.
you're a stout man. I learned this about you. You like a stout.
Wife and I split a stout last week. Glorious. It was
Typically,
so-
people who like stouts are a little bit bigger.
They're
you're
stoutly?
Yeah, you're a skinny
That's
stout.
why I run
guy.
a lot. Let's get to the Grum Down, brought to you by the Rooferees
we
at
do
John
look
Higgins
like
Weather
3
Guard.
hipsters, by the way.
We
Like
definitely
you have the beard, I have a part beard with the hats, and then
Nick has the beanie.
Nick has the mustache and the beanie.
That's
which
true.
Is ridiculous in full black. He looks like he's about to go to a Sex Pistols concert.
Not in full black.
I'm here. Dylan is gone. We'll certainly discuss that. Matt is here.
Hi.
Hopefully he likes
Hi, Matt.
talking. Matt's on hour, 5 or 6 now of talking. How long did the crossover last today?
Half an hour.
Okay, so you were on from 10 to or 6
Yeah,
to 10:30.
This is fine. This
All
is
right,
easy
perfect.
work.
All right, well,
Most of them is
see how
easy.
you feel in 3 hours. Let's see. Dylan Raiola is indeed gone. What now? We will discuss. Michael Bruntz will join us in 45 minutes. Is he taking TJ or the field to beat
Oh, I
Nebraska's?
love that question.
Well, maybe we can unpack it ourselves as
Yes.
well. I haven't been on since the weekend, so we could talk a little about Nebraska ball. They're still undefeated.
Whoa.
Have
People
you
forget.
seen this? 11-0.
Have you heard about
Have
this?
you seen this? Have you heard about
Has
this?
anybody talked about this
Yeah.
yet?
I saw that they even talked
Well-
about it yesterday, and John even said they're good.
Yeah, there was a whole segment about it.
I couldn't believe
Why
it.
is that so hard for John to admit? It should not be hard for John to admit. John knows a lot of basketball.
Why is
John-
it hard for Blue Jay Bishop to admit that the Huskers are good?
He
Matt?
should
Yeah, the
just
voice
he
of the
should
Jays.
he should just look and be like they're a good team.
I will say this, man. It was odd watching your Twitter account this weekend as the games unfolded, because I just had to imagine there were some blue folks, probably a little trigger that you were tweeting so many things about Nebraska.
I'm gonna be real with you.
Yeah.
It sucks that I want to tweet some things about Nebraska.
Yeah.
And I know I'm like, I gotta pull back a little bit. But truth be told, I also want to tweet things about Creighton,
like how they're bad.
Well, no, I mean,
this team stinks. I hate watching them.
I put one.
That poor sack that's on the postgame show is going to have a rough one today.
I put one
me.
Creighton tweet out there, and I got multiple Husker fans being like, "There's another game on right now," and I'm like, "All right, like I don't know, guys, like I don't know what I'm supposed to do."
This
here.
was before Nick's time as our producer, I believe, but there was a season where I basically announced I'm no longer tweeting about either team because I find the conversation insufferable on the internet.
Yeah,
and now I only have like 500 followers, so
now you can.
No, I can't because nobody follows me
Nobody
anymore.
cares.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because my account got zapped. Let's see.
Well, I only have 1,500 followers, so it's not like I'm like drowning in it.
Look at you, drowning in followers. Hot take market. Hopefully you understood the assignment.
Oh, I got it.
Okay, good. Because whenever Austin, who was supposed to fill in today,
he sucks at it.
Austin struggles at hot
terrible.
takes.
He is so bad at hot take
to
market.
I've listened to him on. Well, I think the first time he ever did hot take market, I think he said something about Scott Frost working out or whatever. Like,
interesting.
He said he had a Scott Frost. He had a Scott Frost based take.
And by the way, it was supposed to be Austin today. He was unable to last minute, and so that's why it's Matt because Matt.
I owe you a favor.
He owed me break glass in case of emergency, so I reached out to Matt and we appreciate Matt.
I was telling Gary about it. I was like, I thought this would take like months. Like I thought it would like be pretty far down because
I did too. I was going to wait a long time.
You're very good about getting fill-in guests. It's very rare. Do you ever really have to go solo?
Austin made me look like a big idiot. Thanks a lot, Austin.
Well, look who you're talking to.
Yeah,
he's
big
done,
idiot.
No, he's done that to me before.
Oh, okay.
Where I had to pay Gary $25 for not leaving a monster.
That was pretty funny.
That's Austin Jacobs' specialty is making people look dumb.
So
which is, I'm going to be honest with you, I wish I had that skill too.
Yeah,
it's a good skill to have.
I had that skill when you're here. Steve Sipple. Steve Sipple will join us.
White guy, middle finger.
Everybody is asking, when is Sipple on? He's on during the happy hour today. Everyone is asking, are you guys going to fight? Probably not. We already fought last week.
Oh.
There's not another fight coming.
So I was thinking instead of playing Sipple's Open today, I'd just play that minute-long clip of you guys arguing.
That'd be pretty funny.
Don't.
You don't
just play the Open.
Also, I'll say this, and maybe I'll just say this to Sipple later. I've seen all this discourse about it, like Josh was yelling at one of his guests. Bro, we've been talking to Sipple on the air for 10 years.
I was about to
we
say,
yell at each other all the time.
I've known Sipple for 3 times less than you have, and him and I have gotten into arguments.
It'd be like somebody being like, yeah, Josh had Phil and Matt on and he yelled at Matt. I have a prior relationship.
Yes.
This is not some random guess.
So CJ Brana decommitted from Nebraska, and Sipple and I got into like a 5-minute, I don't want to say screaming contest, but it was a pretty heated convo. And people were like, kind of like you were like, Matt doesn't like Sipple, or Sipple and Matt were going at it. I'm like, no, it was just a 2 men talking Husker football.
Yeah.
We both want the same thing.
Did Dylan leave and was I right? Yeah. That's besides the point, though. That's besides the point. Shan says Josh should just smugly chuckle each time Sip says something. Not a bad idea.
Smugly chuckly.
Is that what you think? Huh. We'll find out. He'll join us in the happy hour.
After every time Sipple like says something, you should just tune in with, you sure about that?
I'm going to make Sonny feel bad. 2 days after Sipple was on and you were off that day, I was wondering in the back of my head if Sipple got you fired or suspended. No, I was at a funeral.
Oh, yeah.
Is why
screw
I missed,
you, Sonny.
Is why I missed last Thursday. You big jerk. Just kidding, Sonny. It's no big deal. Let's see. Finally, are the Bears going to win the NFC? It's the question that everyone is asking right now.
Your co-host and I got into a little bit of an argument yesterday about
sounds about right.
The teams that I should be worried about, and he was trying to tell me who I should be worried about, and I told him, no, I'm not worried about some of those teams.
Ooh, okay. I bet one of them's the 49ers.
Yes.
Yeah, you should be worried about the 49ers.
He's got the no, I'm like,
you're an idiot.
Dude, we can cover tight ends. We actually have guys who can cover tight ends, and Andrew Billings is playing some of his best football of his career right now.
Back to my theory that NFL reporters and me understand how good Kyle Shanahan is, but everybody else doesn't.
But
you are disrespecting him.
This is not a Kyle Shanahan conversation.
Wrong.
This is the Bears are playing great football, and from a football perspective, they match up pretty well with the Niners.
Yeah, but the Niners have a better coach, and I like Ben Johnson.
But here's the thing: when the Niners have played the Bears in the past, the Niners have had the better coach because the Niners have the second best coach in the NFL, and the Bears have the 29th best coach in the NFL.
What are you at now, like 17th?
I mean, he's coaching at
coaching really
a top 10 clip. I
Coaching
say
really well.
I would say that if we were to do, I cannot wait for our College World Series all 32 coach rankings. But like when he would probably be in the teens, but if we're going off of like power rankings, like pure power rankings, Ben Johnson's easily in the top 10.
Can't wait to see where we have Andy Reid by that point in time.
Well, the
Yikes.
power rank. So Andy Reid would be in the 20s in the power rankings.
It's been a tough year. Oh man, I just remembered we have Mitch Holtz.
You can doubt the Chiefs. You can disrespect the Chiefs.
We will, and we
You're
will.
gonna have to deal with the Chiefs.
Not anymore.
Higher up in the draft this year is what I think that, that line is going to be.
Basically, I told Gary, I go, I'm subscribed to Todd McShay's, monthly reports. If you want my password, if any Chiefs fan wants the McShay, we're only 123 days away from the NFL draft.
I wish I could take your password and change it so that you couldn't log in.
Why?
Anymore.
You don't like Todd? I love Todd
McShay. Very annoying. So those are the guests that we have on the
you and I are friends and we get along very well.
Yeah.
We have opposite taste in people we like to read and we
got some people that were on the same wavelength as. We both like Mina Kimes.
I love Mina Kimes.
Yeah, exactly.
How do you not like Mina Kimes? Mina Kimes is awesome.
We both like
I know
Ralph.
why some people don't like Mina Kimes.
You put me on Ralph Russo. Which
Ralph Russo rocks.
He's awesome.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
But McShay is like my dude. That's my guy.
But you know what?
She was gorgeous.
Equitable Bank Inbox, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Matt at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com as well, or on the, let's see, Tech Instructions on Twitter feed.
Look at this angle on the StreamYard. This is disgusting.
Oh, man,
that is scary. This is like breaking. Look at the.
I can't see.
Look at the screen. You have a big neck. You can get it around. Look at that. Hi.
All right. All the ways to get in touch with us. JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed, Equitable Bank Inbox, Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. All right, we will return. Hopefully the internet will return as well. It is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on this Tuesday, 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
With UBT, you've got total control over your money. Like Doug, who runs his game day tailgate like a well-oiled machine.
I got burgers, brats, chicken, dogs, plus all the fixins. And with the UBT Go app, I can track my food spending from anywhere.
Pro move.
They don't call me Grill Sergeant for nothing.
No matter your goals, UBT helps you feel good about reaching them. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
Josh Peterson, Matt McMaster with you on this Tuesday. Nick Grimm here producing as well. A reminder, we got Bruntz coming up in a half hour. Steve Sipple joins us a little bit later on. Hot Take Market. And yes, we'll talk about the Chicago Bears. I don't know why that's so funny.
I mean, it's just a very easy way to get people to click off the show.
No.
Hey,
there's Bears fans in the audience.
This is our Bears talk. The Bears are fun. The Bears are good. Are the Bears going to win the Super Bowl?
Maybe.
Probably not. But am I going to enjoy the ride? You're damn right. If we want to get into the analytics and semantics, offense has got to be more consistent. Defense has to keep getting turnovers. Done.
Also, I will speak. People are asking, you need to comment on Micah Parsons. And so I will.
What do you need to comment on?
They're just asking me to comment, Matt.
Well, you're not like you're not a
They're
PR
saying,
guy.
sir, are you happy about this?
You're not.
I will give the answer in the 5 o'clock hour. Let me tease the damn show, Matt.
I'm just gonna ruin everything.
Apparently.
I'm gonna blow everything up.
Yeah.
I don't care.
We'll talk about the Bears. They're fine.
They're fine.
Talk about Micah Parsons.
Next
Nobody
one.
cares.
Yeah.
All right.
Dylan Raiola. Everybody saw it coming.
All right. There you go. Topic
That's
over.
the show. Hey,
All
what
right.
are we having for dinner, Nick?
All right. You did mention Dylan Raiola. Did want to comment on. So he left or announced his intentions. He didn't. I don't know.
He didn't announce.
I mean, he had that weird story and then it was deleted.
No, he did not announce his intentions.
You and I did a lot of Big Red Overreactions this year.
We did.
A lot of them. And the ones in the back half of the season, I know that one of my takeaways that I started, I don't know if I first said it off the air to you, but I know eventually I started saying it on the air, was I think it would be best for all parties if Nebraska and the whole Raiola family no longer had a relationship. Right? I said that on the air. Did not mean tear down Dom's name off the stadium.
No.
I didn't go that far. But I just thought,
and you were consistent about that off the air too.
Very
before it became, because there was a point where that became popular. Okay,
Yeah.
like because I think talking about Dylan is a very interesting combo because there are people who just don't really like him and don't really like his family, but like he himself, he hasn't like committed a crime or done anything or like said anything terrible or really like
his biggest crime is just
kind of being a different type of cat, like being a different, like being a little bit weird, like he's just
he's cosplaying the quarterback in the pros.
He's a little weird guy.
10-year-old dresses like Patrick Mahomes, cute, fun.
Yeah.
20-year-old dresses like Patrick Mahomes, kind of annoying and a turn off.
By the way, I just want to make this very clear. Like these are things that have been said even before he left. So this isn't us like taking the piss on him or anything like that. Now that he's out the door, that was really the only he's just a different type of dude. And I think, some people felt very strongly about that and didn't really like him. And it was always weird trying to communicate that with people because people then go, well, what has he done? And you really have to go, well, nothing really. Like he hasn't really done anything. But then at the same time, though, that's also the issue because if Dylan was awesome and he was incredible and he was, Heisman Trophy caliber or top in the Big Ten caliber, none of it would have mattered. We would have been like, damn right, he's weird.
Sure.
Damn right, he's wearing a satchel at the Battle of the Boneyard. Damn right, he kind of dresses like Mahomes. Like he's dope as heck,
Yeah.
But this is what it is. Now, I will say, as time went on, your takes, your opinions on it became more popular.
Yeah, and so that for the record, I was not trying to get you to glaze me. Is that what kids say now? Thank you for glazing me, Matt.
Stop it. I did not glaze you.
But I thought, you've at the end of the year, you had some of these things that happen. And we talked about this last week. John and I unpacked, kind of the Sipple commentary on Wednesday's show that one of the things that I wish that I would have said in the initial convo, and perhaps this will come up a little bit later on today, was I wish that I would have more put the focus on not the decision that is to come will be based on the move to fire Donovan or in reaction to Dayton, but it was the other way. It was Dayton was decommitting, and I think that was a story. I thought that they fired Donovan in, and I would not go all the way with this one, Matt, but certainly I think you could look at that and say, did they fire him because they're not going to have to kowtow anymore to this family? And again, that's just a question that I would ask. So all of that to say, you get to yesterday, and the news is, like you said, it's not official. It will be official at some point over the next few months. I mean, I was honestly a little surprised the amount of conversation that they had about it in the press conference with Holgerson today.
Dude,
given that it is
a lot.
It's technically not true or it's not official yet,
Yeah.
right? Like I remember somebody asked yesterday, like, hey, when will Rule acknowledge it? And my first thought was he probably won't until it actually goes down.
Yeah.
And yet the offensive coordinator spent half of the press conference today talking about why it did or didn't work, right?
And it's interesting too. He very easily could have put down one of the best coaching cliches and said this, guys, I'm only going to talk about the guys who are here. How many times have we heard? Now that's like an NFL coaching cliche, like when you're at training camp and the guy's holding out and he doesn't show up, right? Because he's trying to get more money. What do the coaches say? Guys, I'm just focused on the guys who are here, and I want to talk about the guys who are here. Could have easily done that. He decided not to. I give him credit for it though, because everybody, like, yeah, it's not official, but everybody knows he's not there. Everybody knows he's going to the portal. Everybody knows that he's trying to get to another school, right? So, you know. It was interesting, but they talked about it.
You talked about this story, of course, today. What is, in your opinion now, you've had a chance to sit in it, all day yesterday, to talk about it for 4 hours. We're talking about it now. What is the most interesting tentacle off of this story for you? Is it looking at the last 2 years and why it was unable to work? Is it looking into the future and what this is going to mean?
Yeah.
Is it that it tells you a story about the Matt Rule era of Husker football so far? Like, what's the thing that you are glomming onto the most right now?
What they do next.
Yeah.
I don't really find anything about the past, about all this lead up, all that interesting, just because I think it's kind of laid out for you in a way, right? Like, they went ahead, they got this 5-star quarterback. They were so happy that they got him. They changed their offensive identity in a way to cater to him. Did they do the best doing that? Maybe not. Did Dylan do the best getting as good as he possibly can be? No. And so it was just kind of one of those things where maybe he wasn't in the best position and Dylan didn't do himself as many favors as he could. And then you had this overarching storyline of the family having a lot of influence on the program. And I think a lot of, I think you're definitely willing to bend over backwards way more when you have a player that is at the top of his game. And Dylan was not at the top of his game. And then
neither was Nebraska.
And then he got hurt. And then I think, at a certain point, Rule and the coaching staff were kind of just like, you know what? Like, we're kind of done bending backwards, and we're kind of done. We have to deal with certain things that maybe we don't want to deal with anymore. And so we're going to move on. And clearly, for you to get where you want to go, Dylan's going to go to a place that probably has better wide receivers, that probably has a better offensive line, that probably has a better running back. I mean, that's or has probably going to end up in a place that has a coaching staff that has a more of a pedigree when it comes to developing quarterbacks. I don't find that interesting. I think that happens way more often just in sports in general.
Sure, yeah.
What I find interesting is now the decision of, like, do you go in the portal and get a guy, or do you stick with TJ Lateef? That is wildly interesting to me.
Put a pin in that. Let me ask you this. Do you think, did Dylan Raiola and Nebraska, did this marriage bring out the worst in each other?
No. I just think it didn't work out. And I think that,
because it was certainly not the right program for him at the right time.
No, it was
and
not.
I don't think that he was the right quarterback for where the program needed to go, because you look at where they are going into year 4. And in a lot of ways, it does look like a complete start over. And you can't be having a complete, as Steve Sipple, who's going to join us, by the way, an hour earlier today. He just texted me. He'll join us at 3:50, so he'll join us in 40 minutes. But and that's the word he used. You look at this program now, and because of this, and because they did not peak going into his third year, which would have been year 4 of Rule, it puts everything in a precarious position.
But the one thing is, Josh, is that you're right. Like, it just, and I want to talk to Steve about this, but
Joey says that Sipple says we are bozos.
The way that Matt Rule described and how he wanted to build his program and the things that he wanted to do didn't necessarily fit what Dylan Raiola did best, right? And I think there's a reason why we no longer hear, hey, we're going to rush for 75 yards in the fourth quarter, because that would mean that you just run the ball over and over and over again. And you're probably, you have a 5-star quarterback. You should probably, he's talented. Should throw the ball with him. At the same time, though, like, I don't think there was ever a point where you could have said no to Dylan. Like when Dylan is saying, hey, I'm willing to decommit from Georgia. I'm willing to come to be the quarterback at Nebraska. There was no way on God's green earth you could look him in the eye and say, hey, no, we're good. Like your playing style doesn't fit us. We're not gonna take you.
Yeah, it's very easy right now to revisionist history and say that they should have gotten Kyle McCord.
Yeah, like there's no way they were ever going to
I remember
do that.
we had the discussions on the air. I would love to say they made a mistake. And in that moment, I thought that they made a mistake. But you know what? I didn't think that they made a mistake.
No.
Because I was looking at it, and I'm sure you were, and everybody was. It wasn't about 2024. You were making a move for what you hope 2025 and 2026 could be. And that's in the end, the bummer of this is that last year and this season were not the seasons you hoped for.
Sure.
And that the flashes of, I mean, really, Matt, it's like his first month or like of his whole career are where the flashes are the most, where you go back and you watch some of the throws against UTEP, and it's like, and forget about opponent and adjusting for the opponent. It was just, he was doing something that we hadn't seen in that stadium from someone wearing that uniform before.
I was so annoyed with the Cincinnati game. You go ahead and you watch that game and you're like, holy crap, he's fast. You're like, he's just throwing it like 3-step drop, bang, bang. And we never really saw that again. Like as the weeks went on, it was more, it felt like he was holding on to the ball more and more and longer and longer.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand, in theory, his best skill is supposed to be throwing the ball downfield, and you want to take the top off the defense, and hell, they had the weapons to do that. And so I understand why there were times where they were like, hey, we're going to have longer developing routes on the field, or he's got to hold the ball longer. I'm not saying that, I'm not trying to tell football coaches how to coach in this regard. But there were also moments where it's just like, hey, dude, I know, you want to throw the post or you want to throw the deep crosser or like whatever. Just, you got a guy right in front of you. Just throw it there. Just give it to that guy. And he just kind of, the season went on, there were things that I thought he was getting better at that he wasn't better at. And now, granted, he got better from year 1 to year 2. It just was not the jump. It was not the jump that needed to be taken. And, I think when you look at it from kind of a Raiola's communicating with Nebraska football perspective, at some point for Nebraska football, the juice just was not worth the squeeze anymore, right? And the squeeze is two things. The squeeze might be the money, and the squeeze might also be the having, the things that you have to do and the things you have to do to cater to him and his family. It just wasn't worth the price of admission anymore. And that's fine. And Nebraska football has plenty of resources and plenty of opportunities to put together a really good roster heading into next season without Dylan Raiola. And Dylan Raiola is going to have plenty of bidders out there and plenty of suitors out there for him to go and say, all right, this is a place that works for me, my style of play, good personnel around me. It's going to help me get to the NFL. I think it's one of those things where does it sting for continuity's sake? Sure. Am I like, oh my God, what are they going to do? No, not at all. I don't think you are either.
No, not for, I am, what are they going to do? And my concern, any concern in my voice and the tenor of my voice is less about him leaving and more.
And the guys who are making the decisions.
Yeah. I mean, look at, they've kind of biffed at the quarterback position.
Now they've had 2 shots, but the one thing about biffing at the quarterback position for me more has to do with the fact that neither of them developed in the manner in which they
which is a problem.
It is a problem. It's a major problem.
It's like a huge problem.
Which is why when we get into the what would you do heading into next year, I have trepidation saying, hey, let's go and try and develop this young whippersnapper.
All right, we got a lot of responses. We'll get to some of those when we return. Let's pull that pin out that we put the pin in. So we'll pull it out. Maybe there'll be an explosion. Sipple's going to join us in a little bit. He texted me and said, is this still Josh? And my first thought was, oh no, we're actually enemies now. But then he just asked if we could move a little bit earlier. And I said, happy to. I would love to talk to you.
Colin from Right Plains emails, best IPAs in the country are brewed in VT.
That's Vermont.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where the original New England style comes out of. Heady Topper.
I'm going to be honest with you.
What do you know about Heady Topper, Matt?
I thought I was going to read it as the best IPAs of the country are brewed in Virginia Tech. Yeah.
That'd been pretty good.
That is my sport brain.
Enter right Sandman. Enter IPA. Nick.
Dude, wouldn't that be a great enter Citrus Sandman? That'd be a great IPA. You know my idea with the beer I want to brew one day? Totally Buzzed.
Oh yeah, you've told me about that.
I want to have a 3-pack of beer
instead of
Nick.
a 4-pack.
Instead of a 4-pack, it's a 3-pack of beer with a slightly higher IPA, and it never gets
ABV.
ABV doesn't get you drunk. It just gets you
totally buzzed.
There you go.
That's a great idea.
It's a great bit.
Dude, that would fly off the shelf.
Honestly, Nick, maybe edit this out of the podcast. The idea might be too good. Rats, it's already on YouTube as well.
I actually met a guy.
Nick, edit it out of YouTube.
Yeah.
You're pretty good at doing that sometimes.
I actually met a guy.
You get that reference?
And I was yes, I do. I actually met a guy. Well, I had to. We got to get that out of there.
Good call.
Never mind.
All right, we'll go to break.
Go to break.
All right, more to come. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. But first, Josh Peterson here for Underdog Fantasy. Basketball season rolling on. And right now, you can download that Underdog app and you can use it in Nebraska. Because if you get your picks right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash and enjoy the NBA season more than you ever have before. The NBA Cup is tonight. Everyone's so excited to watch the NBA Cup. Download the app, put in our promo code 1620 The Zone, and you can score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Just put together a variety of stats, higher or lower on points or rebounds, steals, fantasy points, and so much more. And again, use that promo code 1620 The Zone. You can score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Here's a story of a man named Bruntz who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Bruntz called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Bruntz. It's Michael Bruntz. Michael Bruntz. Now we get to talk to Michael Bruntz.
Michael Bruntz, Husker 24/7 Sports, joins us a little bit earlier, like literally one segment earlier than planned. Just didn't want to go back to back with guests. Bruntz, thank you for agreeing to this move literally 60 seconds ago. How are you?
I'm well. I'm flummoxed now with all the changes, but I'll get through it, I think.
Flummoxed. Michael Bruntz, always coming in with the vernacular.
Bruntz, of all the media members covering Nebraska football, you would seem to be the least flummoxed of almost anyone I think I know.
I live in a perpetual state of flummoxed, I think, is probably where I'm at.
I guess if you're always flummoxed, are you ever actually flummoxed?
Great point, Josh. Probably not.
That's a big picture question. Yes. I don't know. I might not be.
That's my secret cap. I'm always flummoxed.
Yeah.
Nice.
I thought after you said that's a big picture question, Bruntz, you're going to be like, it's about the standard and the program. We're building a great culture.
I'm just trying to lob these up for you for a natural segue if you want to take it. But you don't have to.
Dylan Raiola, he left, Bruntz.
So natural.
Let me ask you this, Bruntz, because we talked about it. John and I have talked about it a lot in recent weeks. The way in which Matt Rule had started talking about him, I thought that it was very obvious that at the very least you could say the relationship was different between, I would say, the program and Dylan, not even like Matt Rule and Dylan Raiola. And I also thought that it was then obvious that about the direction that this thing was going to head. Did you notice the same thing? Did you notice that the answers in the press conferences, for example, just seemed a little different, a little off compared to how they'd been talking about Raiola for the previous, 23 months?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm trying to think back to when the tone kind of changed a little bit. It was like post UCLA.
Yep, that's exactly what I was thinking of.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it was the tone changed a little bit. I mean, he wasn't really asked about much either, to be honest, because it was kind of like, well, the leg's broken, so, we're kind of moving on a little bit. But, no, I mean, I think the conversation or the discussion about, what he needed to do in year 3, I thought was interesting. I think, too, when you kind of parse out some comments, like he had the random Glenn Thomas interjection at some point in there about quarterback development, I thought was interesting too. But yeah, I mean, I think, kind of as it kind of went along in the off season, I mean, I think the tone changed a little bit. It's also, I didn't know if part of it too at the time was like, it is a little bit of a tough spot for a head coach to be when you're asked about individual players and kind of what their plans and like, the in regards to the transfer portal, because it does change. But I think he was really careful to kind of skirt around that and not say too much, too definitive either way. But I think there was a little bit of a tone change. I think part of it also was just, once Dylan had the injury, you got to November, TJ Lateef was your guy. You're having to back him. And I think that was probably by design a little bit too, of like, look, TJ's our guy. We're going to support this and go forward. But I think there definitely was a little bit of a tone change, I think, as time went along, and certainly post regular season.
Bruntz, I don't know if you can tell my voice, but it's Matt McMaster here. But
yeah.
I just what can Nebraska learn from this situation? From the Dylan, just from what can Nebraska learn specifically from having Dylan Raiola and in particularly having
the, you know, cream of the crop quarterback prospect that, you know, expects a lot from a compensation perspective and other perspectives as well? What can they just learn from this entire situation?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't think that Nebraska is going to, you know, stop swinging for the fences if they can with, you know, really, really good quarterbacks. Because I mean, I think that's generally a pretty good pathway to a quick turnaround in college football if you can find one. I don't know. It's a bit of a unique situation too, because I mean, you've got, you know, a legacy recruit as a 5-star quarterback who, you know, wants to come to your school and give you some buzz in terms of being able to recruit other players. I mean, that part of it, I don't know that, you know, Nebraska would say they don't necessarily want to, you know, they don't want to sign up for that. But I don't know. I think, you know, Nebraska going into this off season, I think is going to have a pretty good idea and do some soul searching about what direction they want to go, especially offensively, and kind of what all of that means. Like, you know, I think, you know, Dana said it today that there were, you know, times offensively that they were limited by certain things, certainly offensive lines and ability to block consistently. But I think getting that, and I guess that's, you know, not really a Dylan conversation, maybe it is, but, you know, I think having a good, clear direction of what they want to do, I think is really kind of important on the offensive side of the ball. And I think the quarterback piece is part of that. Like, I'm not expecting that the portal quarterback that they get is going to be, you know, similar skill set wise to what, you know, Dylan was. Like, I think they're going to seek a lot more mobility in whoever they bring in to pair with TJ Lateef and certainly, you know, in Trey Taylor, who they've got committed in 27. The mobility piece of it's there too. So I don't know. I mean, maybe that's a lesson there too of, like, you know, this is what, you know, we feel like can make us successful at the quarterback spot. And you know, Dylan was that sometimes, but maybe not all the time when they needed it with the mobility piece of it.
Michael Bruntz joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. Bruntz, for weeks now, you know, whenever we talk about the possibility of Raiola leaving, I would kind of speak in absolutes on what I thought Rule and company would do, and that would be that they would recruit the quarterback position like they don't have a starter right now, even if they believe that Lateef could be that in 2026. Am I off base in speaking that way? Because I'll be honest, man, I think that it would be a real poor decision if they went after the, like, you know, kind of a Davila situation where they're like, hey, let's bring in more depth. Like, I don't think that this is a depth conversation, right? Like, they're not going to do that, are they? I'm going to be correct on this.
No, you can't. You know, you can't. And it's, you know, it was interesting, the conversation today about, you know, well, what do you want the overall makeup of that room to be? You know, and I think you can probably make the case of, you bring in a young guy, but I think, you know, just the way that the classes have kind of lined up with the quarterback spot right now for Nebraska, I think you probably want to bring in somebody that's a little bit further into their college career. Like, you want to bring in somebody that can come in and can compete with TJ Lateef and potentially win that job. You know, there's probably a fine line between depth and competition nowadays with the transfer portal and the way things are and kind of who you can attract. But, you know, I don't think Nebraska can go into the off season and, you know, kind of, you know, that time between, you know, the bowl game and spring ball. Like, I don't think you can go into this off season, like, absolutely knowing who your quarterback is 100% going to be. Like, you need to have that play out in spring ball a little bit. You know, there's going to be a lot of new pieces, you know, anyways on this roster, but, you know, I think that you need to bring somebody in that can win that job, and hopefully you find somebody that's not afraid of that either. Like, I think that's kind of the rub a little bit of, like, you know, who are you going to get that's going to be okay with coming in and competing with a guy who started the last, you know, month of the season. But I mean, I think people also need to remember, like, you know, TJ Lateef has played fine, but there's not this huge sample size. Like it's basically 1 month as the starting quarterback plus the bowl game and bowl practices that he's not even really taking part in right now because of the injuries. So I don't. It's not a depth play at all in my mind. I mean, I think that would be really kind of selling yourself short in 26.
It's interesting, Bruntz. They go from Dylan Raiola to TJ Lateef, right? Hypothetically, in terms of the quarterbacks they're getting, and they, like you mentioned, they can go into the portal and get a guy that might even be better than Dylan Raiola. But you look at the running back position, and they're going from, that's a much greater jump. They're going
All-American.
Yeah, you're going from an All-American to guys who literally the team did not want them to touch the ball. They were better off of just giving all of the carries to Emmett. Do you think that, the quarterback position now being open has kind of clouded the fact that they might have an even bigger hole at running back?
Oh, I'm guessing they're fairly aware.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm asking from a fan perspective, not from a coach perspective.
No, I mean, I think that it's changed the conversation for sure. It's interesting going into this bowl game. I mean, one avenue that you can at least, I think, have a chance to stand in there and trade punches with Utah is if you're able to control the game with a decent run game and time of possession. And I think people are going to remember how good Emmett was for Nebraska this year just because of the young backs that you have there. That's going to be a big need. It also, you kind of start talking about like body types and stuff like that. Like, does Nebraska need to get a little bit of a bigger back that they probably could have used at times this year, especially in short yardage situations? I mean, it's interesting when you kind of go through the list of needs. Certainly quarterbacks at the top now. Running back was pretty darn near the top before, it still is. And as you start getting into offensive and defensive lines, I think they're probably going to have to do something at linebacker just to add more depth there. I mean, there's a lot of boxes to check in the portal this offseason. I mean, it's good that you can do that, but it's going to be busy around there.
Michael Bruntz, Husker 24/7 Sports. Bruntz, appreciate you adjusting on the fly. Congratulations to your Broncos on getting a victory.
Yes.
At least one of us in this studio called on Sunday, and that person was me. So good job by you.
Well, thank you for getting it because you put the Bears in first in the NFC North. And so it means a lot. Handshake meme between you and I.
You're welcome for that. I've been I was the recipient of several texts from Bears fans over the weekend. That made me feel good on top of everything else. So happy to do it. Happy to help out.
Poll question: does it feel good to hear from Bears fans?
Well,
normally the answer is hell no.
Also, I love Bruntz. I love that you said happy to help out as if you were on the field.
He was
sacking Jordan Love and being a part of one of the best defenses.
Remember that interception
in the
that he
season.
threw, Bruntz? Like when they could have gone up by multiple scores and then he threw a pick and everything changed. That was pretty funny.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. But it's better than hearing from sad Bears fans. Those are not the texts that I want to receive at all.
Well, don't worry. Hey, wait for a month from now, Bruntz.
Don't worry. When we get eliminated from the playoffs, I'll send you plenty of texts, Michael.
There you go.
Nice.
There you go.
I look forward to it.
Bye, Bruntz. Have a great day.
Yep. See you guys.
That's Michael Bruntz joining us here on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. Good job by the Broncos. The Bonkos, as it were.
It's one of those things where
Is this about Bears or is this Nebraska?
No, it's about the Broncos.
Okay.
I hate it when I doubt a team and they're really, 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 really good.
Yeah.
But they're really, 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 really good.
That's why I went into this one and it was kind of a, uncle. I'm going to change my tune and very happy I did because I put that in one of my pick'ems and I ended up being right. So.
It's one of those things too
also
where
accidentally did the Cowboys like an idiot.
I was not a Bo Nix believer. And then, dude, he was slinging it.
Yeah. I would
against the Packers.
I wouldn't say to sell the Bo Nix isn't going to do it.
Am I wait. Am I selling? I'm not selling.
No, I'm saying
I'm not buying any stock.
Okay.
I'm just telling you, he was slinging it.
By the way, speaking of all of this, Hot Take Market is coming up in the 4:00 hour. I got something for you about the NFL.
I do too.
Take Market.
I have something about the NFL. And is the other, can Hot Take Market also not be about sports? Like, can it be about
sure?
That's why it's called.
You want to do politics? Interesting.
No,
he's doing a great job.
Not politics.
Okay.
His hot take: women
remove the amendment that allows them to vote. Matt, that's what you're saying? The women's suffrage movement overrated? Matt McMaster? I can't believe it. I can believe
women should only be there to make you coffee.
Matt! Matt!
You know, the guy who called in for Big Red Overreaction, he actually put together a good case.
Oh, I forgot about that guy.
Yeah, I know. Remember that?
Wow. Scott says Bo Nix is 10 times the quarterback Caleb Williams will ever be. Scott was a Titans fan and is now a Broncos fan. Should he be allowed to have that strong of an opinion about anything related to his team, the Broncos?
God, no. And don't talk about my team.
He was a Titans fan like 2 years ago.
Don't talk about my team. I had this conversation with Gary where I just don't want anybody to talk about my team.
I think your team is actually good. Underrated.
Exactly. I want to be underrated.
Sorry, you're the 2 seed. No one's sleeping. Everyone's like, we want to play them.
I'm glad they won by 28 so we can stop talking about the stupid point differential. And so Mike Schaefer can shut up about it.
Guy got laid off, you jerk.
No, that has nothing to do with it. All right? This has everything to do with just arguing about sports.
By the way, Schaefer fills in tomorrow. I can't wait to hang out with him.
Why are you guys not having a regular Big Red overreaction?
Those are done.
Why aren't you having a regular USC this entire week?
So John is traveling, and then Creighton has a 5:30 game tomorrow.
What
do you have? Blue Jay overtime, by the way. What were you going to ask?
Why were you out?
Yesterday?
Yeah.
Because I took a day.
Good for you.
Yeah.
I need to do that.
You do. It's important.
Like, I just need, because every time I take a time off, it ends up just being a big travel trip. Like, I probably should take a day off.
Have a staycation. Just chill.
That's what we did. We watched movies all day.
Nice.
And I fired off a couple of tweets about Dylan Raiola. Just a couple.
I had
to get some.
I requested all of my days off already for 2026.
What?
I got ahead of it.
What on earth? All right, we got to take a break. Steve Sipple's going to join us in a few minutes. I know everyone's excited. I told him, what did I say to Sipple? I said, people are hyped.
Yeah.
People are hyped. And then I sent him a screenshot, and he had a funny response. So
we're
good.
Who are
Everyone's
you?
wanting us to fight. I don't think that we're going to fight. I'll call him an idiot. He'll call me an idiot, and we're good. That's what happens with Sipple.
You're good.
I'll say I was right. You were wrong.
This is going to be like Pacquiao Mayweather 1. Everyone's going to be so excited, and then you're just going to run around each other in the ring for 30 minutes.
No, I'll yell at him. I'll call him an idiot.
Okay, go ahead, do that. I would love to see that.
All right, perfect. All right. Wow, Travis Connor has been way ahead on this 1620, the disrespecting women. Wow, is this true?
Women.
I can't believe you, Matt. Can't believe you. All right, more to come on Sportsmanlike Iconic 1620 The Zone. Josh Peterson, Matt McMaster. He is the co-host of Gary and Matt, also the host of Take 5, Nebraska sports takes in 5 minutes or less. Now, that's a lie.
That is such a lie.
Do not follow. Can we get a new graphic that says sometimes in 5 minutes or less, but oftentimes longer?
It's
the original idea was 5 minutes or less, and I don't think you ever had an episode that was 5 minutes or less.
We've had one episode that is 5 minutes.
And the
or
entire
less.
time, you and I have been involved in this.
100.
I hear it's a great podcast.
136 episodes. One, and I know this for a fact, one has been 5 minutes.
What's
or
your
less.
favorite one, Nick?
Probably the one that did the most views.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
Great work by
which
everybody.
which was the Dylan Raiola era is over.
You're getting better.
Which was 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
You're getting do
better
an update on that.
Well,
Told you so.
That was yesterday.
What was that one titled? Told you so. The
Dylan
Raiola.
Raiola enters the transfer portal.
Yeah, that's all it was.
Good title.
You're getting better at the titles, by the way.
Thanks.
Thank
I mean, the views are up. The views.
you can work on your spelling, though. I have to spell check sometimes.
Yeah. Thanks, Nick. You got to work on your editing.
I know.
Wow. Boom roasted.
I'm kidding. Boom roasted back to Nick.
John emails into the Equitable Bank inbox. Good Lord. This is
No!
Open your ears there. Well, open your ear that's never closed with your camouflaged headphones.
Thank you.
Good Lord.
It's been a while since someone.
What brand are those?
Dude, they're child brand. They look like bubble gum headphones.
Were those headphones that came with a T-shirt from JCPenney?
No, they weren't.
I'm so happy someone else is roasting those headphones.
First off, Turtle Beach.
You need to get you some Audio
Dude,
Technicas.
Don't get Turtle Beach for radio.
Come on,
Why?
bro.
Why?
Because you're in radio now.
Because I
You're
got
a professional.
wait. I got a question for you.
Look how long his cable is.
I got a question for you. When I plug it in, does it plug in? When
I
you
don't know,
talk,
does it?
when you talk, can I hear you?
don't
Can
know.
I adjust volume here whenever I want to?
Wow.
Yes, I can.
Fancy.
All right. It's the perfect application. I would buy these headphones again. It works perfectly fine.
Okay.
I can hear what you're talking about. I can toggle. I don't have to toggle here. All of you dummies, all you idiots, you got to toggle on the box. I get to toggle on my headphones.
Yeah,
right
Max
here.
doesn't even know how to toggle a box.
Exactly.
He's never
You've
toggled
never
a box in
toggled
his
a
life.
box before?
I've toggled plenty of boxes.
Yeah, I'm
before.
sure you have, Matt. Let's get back to this email roasting you.
Thank you.
Good Lord.
Good Lord.
I've only read that sentence so far. Poor Shafe was laid off just before the holidays, and Matt is telling him to shut up. I don't think Matt understands how stressful it can be to lose your job when you are no longer receiving an allowance from your parents.
I don't have an allowance for my parents. I never did have an allowance for my parents.
Whoa, really?
No, they were just,
They just gave you the money without you having to do work for it?
Yeah.
Wow. Silver Spoon McMaster.
Must be nice. The closest I ever got to an allowance is that a deal worked out with my first stepfather to mow the lawn. And if I mowed the lawn, he paid me like $20 an hour.
Yeah. Wow. How long did it take you to mow lawn?
I got it to 4 hours.
What?
Took you 4 hours to mow lawn.
It was a big lawn.
By the way, I did all the
Couple
chores
acres.
around the house. Okay, calm down. Okay.
Isn't it funny to think back when you're a kid on doing chores and how it was like, oh, to take out the trash, and now it's just like that is a part of my daily life.
I go home to my parents' house and I get annoyed that they're not doing the chores. And like,
So is your parents' house just messy?
well, I go in and I'm like, why have we not taken out the trash?
That's
like
a tough look for the McMasters.
Yeah,
It
I'm
is.
like, and then I go and then also too, so it was snowing, and they were like, yeah, we'll have to wait or whatever. Like my parents are old and they don't have kids in the house anymore.
Disparaging women and older
No.
folk.
They're older and they don't have kids in the house
Throwing his
anymore.
family under
and
the
my
bus?
dad is not going to go and snow blow. So they have people who come and snow blow.
Sure, yeah, my parents do
And
that.
the snow was coming down. It was a snowstorm. And I'm like, you can't, like, they wanted to leave and go places. And I'm like, you can't move the car and do all you have to get rid of the snow before you do it. Well, they're not coming till the morning. I go, okay, fine. And so I grabbed a shovel and I just shoveled
Look
us
at
out.
you.
And I was just like, we have to do these things.
Hot take, shoveling's not so bad. Throw on a podcast, get out there and shovel.
You're right. It's fine.
Yeah. That's my thought with every chore now. Throw on a podcast and do the thing.
Podcasts do help.
It does. I vacuumed the other day. You know what I did? Podcast. It was great.
Laundry, podcast.
Laundry, podcast. I love folding laundry. I just get a podcast.
I actually think about you when I cook
Thank you.
a dinner because I put on a podcast and then I cook.
Just any dinner or a specific
No,
dinner?
because when I put on a podcast, I just
You think of me?
I think of you because
Wow.
you're Mr. Podcast.
Whenever I make brats and baked potatoes, I think of Josh.
No, I think of Joey Colbert. Is who I think of.
Yeah, Joey does seem like a
And
broad
his
baked
and
potato.
his disgust. No, he posts that stuff on his Twitter. He's like, "Hey, look at the dinner I had today."
His
It's
dinner-
like that looks disgusting. That looks like that's gonna run through your stomach. You're gonna wake up in the morning. You're gonna have so much gas. There's no vegetables in that. You're getting zero fiber, Joey.
What are you doing?
Wow. Drake says podcast pervert. That is how I roll.
Yeah,
that is how I roll.
that's you.
Brian says McMaster must have Gen X.
Why are my
parents, not
parents
boomers.
getting roasted now?
Well,
You're
I
the
guess
one who threw him under the bus.
Yeah, I guess calling someone a Gen Xer, that is a pretty big burn.
Yeah.
That's the worst thing you could say.
I'm just, all I said was they don't have kids in the house anymore. So it's just they kind of like let the chores get a little bit stacked and then they do them, where I come in and I just want to do everything. It was more to prove that I relate to you in terms of the fact that I just want to do the chores.
We do love chores. Why is everyone saying sorry to Andy? What happened in there?
Well, Andy.
Oh, geez. I just saw a horrible, sad comment.
Yeah.
Andy, I'm sorry.
A lot of horrible, sad comments. I'm sorry to hear that, Andy.
Oh, wow. All right. Well, on that note, let's go to break.
Yeah.
The fight everybody's been waiting for has finally arrived. Matt McMaster versus Steve Sipple. Let's see what happens over the course of the next 20 minutes. Coming up next here on 1620 The Zone.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here, he tells us when we speak. But when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
Joins us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline, the most anticipated interview in at least a month. Steve Sipple, HuskerOnline.com. Hello, Sip.
Who is more anticipated?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like people have been asking me when the next time you would be on for an entire week.
Hey, Sipple, it's McMaster. I'm pulling double duty today. How you doing?
Whoa. Okay, McMaster.
Yeah. I was telling Josh that, I don't know, you probably don't remember, but you and I got into a spat about recruits one time. And I had the same, whenever like I get into spat, I've gotten into spats with people before. No one asked about it, but I got into a spat with you and everyone was like, when's Sipple coming on next? Are you guys going to argue again? McMaster and Sipple are beefing. I don't know. You just bring, when somebody gets into an argument with you, I think they just assume because of your silver glove background that it's, it's going to be a boxing match.
I'm just sort of, I don't know what the word is, but anyway, I don't remember that one. I don't remember that.
That's a pretty forgettable guy.
It's a CJ Brana. Remember that one? Remember that? No. Okay, don't worry. It's okay, Sip. It's embarrassing.
Me with somebody, that happens too sometimes. Oh, what's the word I'm looking for? That I am a little bit. I don't know. Just go ahead. Fire away, guys. I'm ready.
How are you?
Fine, Josh. How are you?
I'm good. Let me ask you this. This is the question I wrote. I honestly have zero. I don't have anything to say about last week. I don't really care. This is a question I wanted to ask you though. Was the Dylan Raiola era worth it from the standpoint of like all of the stuff that came with it, all of the anticipation, I would say some of the drama, and now it kind of ends like this. Was this worth it for Nebraska football and for Dylan Raiola, I guess?
Oh God, I'd say no. Not. I mean, if you put it in the context of the anticipation and the money involved, the money paid out. No, I mean it didn't work out, right? I mean they didn't win at the level that. It certainly didn't win at the level the Raiolas wanted to win at, and it doesn't. And if you just size this up objectively, right? Next year looks rough.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
So, no, I mean I don't think it worked out at the level that anybody wanted it to. Anybody really? Like I would say Matt. Everybody from Matt Rule to a casual fan, I would say it didn't hit at the level you wanted.
Why do you think that was?
Well, I think I think that's then we get into these sort of complicated football discussions, right? I don't think there's the team. A lot of it's a team discussion, right? They weren't good enough really on either side of the ball. Now if you're just zoning in on Dylan, I thought he got better this year, but I think Dylan himself, and I don't know this, but I know enough that I think Dylan would tell you he didn't improve at the rate he would have wanted. So he didn't have a great year. He had a better year than last year, but that's a complicated football discussion.
Sip, is there anything? I mean, looking back, right? Did this just simply come down to and I don't know if it was a mutual parting of ways, but the parting of ways in general. Did it just come down to the juice wasn't worth the squeeze anymore from Nebraska's perspective?
Oh God, I mean, I think you could. God, it's you guys. It's really, and I understand how fans think. They want these answers that are sort of. To me, it turns into kind of speculation. They think, like, I don't know, but you guys think I know everything. I don't. Yeah, I've talked to Josh about this. I talked to Dom, but I hope you understand. Dom doesn't tell me everything.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, I'm just looking for I'm not looking for answers. I'm just looking for your perspective, if anything. I mean,
I think that there's, I think first of all, to call it a mutual parting of ways, I think there's accuracy there.
Okay.
And Nebraska just decided the juice wasn't worth the squeeze. And you're talking now you're talking about money. And if they did decide that, I think there's some prudence in that regard. And you certainly have to assess that now. And the people assessing it have changed because it's not really the peds anymore. It's in-house. Now these decisions are more athletic director, GM, coach, and now there's accountability there, so I think it. And the other thing I'd want to say too is what me and Josh sort of sparred over was why don't you just say it's over? Why couldn't I didn't know it. I hope you understand. I didn't know. I think you had a stronger sense where it was going. I had a pretty strong sense of it, but in my position, I can't say it's over when it's not. when it wasn't over. So yeah, it's very. These discussions are really sort of. They're frustrating in a lot of ways.
Do you think that the next time Nebraska approaches trying to get a blue chip prospect because here's what I have to think about Sipple, right? Here's what I've been thinking about. I don't think Dylan demanding a lot of money and Dylan having a camp and Dylan having voices around him that are jockeying for him to get more things, whether it be from a financial perspective or from like a perk perspective within the building or whatever. Like, I don't think that is a novelty. I don't think that's a Dylan thing. I think that's something that you should expect, honestly, now with athletes who are as highly touted as quarterbacks can be and how highly compensated as they are. So when it comes to the next situation that Nebraska finds themselves in, do you think they would approach it any differently?
I don't know. Not if they think that quarterback and all that comes with that quarterback can win, because we're not worried about.
You're right.
The celebrity matter if Nebraska won 10 games or 11 games.
Spot on.
It's all about winning. Now, when you're not winning, then all that stuff comes into play. But no, I can't. If you think that guy, whoever that is, can get you to the college football playoff, that's what we're talking about, right? If you think that's the guy to do it, then you just take what comes within reason.
Steve Sipple, Husker Online, joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct an hour earlier than normal this week. Sip, do you think... Oh, yeah, absolutely. Do you think, and this is something that I do wish we would have talked about last week when we were getting into the Donovan stuff, is the Minnesota fallout, if you will, fallout from the Minnesota game, how everybody performed, how Dylan performed, how the line performed. Is it safe to say at all that is like this interesting kind of dividing line, maybe in the way that the relationship unfolded over the course of the last few months? There's everything before that game and after that game as it pertains to Dylan's future.
No, I don't. Hey, I don't really think so. Where I went when you asked that question is what Holgorsen said today, because if you heard what Dana said today, it was what a lot of people kind of think. I mean, I don't know that I agree with him, but he said it, and that's the offensive coordinator. He's in the building. What he says matters a lot more than what I say. And he said, look, they're up 14-6, right, on USC in the third quarter, and they're driving, and they have a good chance to be 7-2. And I'm just now telling you, I'm just paraphrasing what Holgorsen said. He said, you win that game and things might be different. And things might be different in the way you look at Raiola. If he orchestrates a win there, he doesn't get hurt, obviously. So I don't know. I wouldn't say it's as simple as that it was there was this line drawn at Minnesota. It was certainly a big jolt in the program. I'm sure it was a jolt to Dylan. I mean, how many times they sacked him? 9 times, and some of that, and what did Rule say subsequently? That about 4 of those were on Dylan, or 3 of them were on Dylan. So, yeah, those problems. I know everybody's kind of looking for the smoking gun that I don't believe is there. I don't.
You don't
think there's a.
See, and this is the other thing I wish I would have brought up. You don't think Dayton decommitting was a smoking gun at all? Because the way I described it is that was the canary in the coal mine.
The thing that I find frustrating in these conversations, Josh, and I think my frustration boiled over last week a little bit, is I don't know that I can tell you the truth. Not you, just people in general. I don't even think it matters what I say. I just don't. I think there's already people have formulated their narratives, their opinions, and the truth isn't. I don't think it matters. I think Dylan could come on this show right now and say that Donovan's firing and Dayton's decision had no impact on his decision, and people wouldn't believe it. They just say he's lying.
But what if it was the other way around? What if it was Dayton decommitted because he knew what his brother was going to do? Because that's what I think.
Oh, well, I don't know that. I mean, if that's the case, I would tell you I don't know that. That would surprise me. It was,
even though he hasn't signed with any school yet?
Yeah, and I don't understand that. I haven't broached that. And this is where it gets awkward with Dominic. But Dominic, he did tell me I have the pick and choose stuff that he tells me, which is awkward. It's awkward.
I understand.
It is.
I totally get it. I totally get it.
And he sold it as those things were completely unrelated. So again, I can tell you that, but it's kind of whether you believe it or not, it's your choice.
Well, you know what, Sip, I'll just be frank with you, because it is like, I understand the awkwardness of it all, because it's like, it's very much like you have been very open. And I think people are thankful in a way that you've been open, that you have this line of communication open with somebody of importance in Dominic Raiola and the Raiola camp. At the same time, I think, there can't be the expectation that you're going to come up here and just spew out all the transcripts that you guys have shared about the situations. Right. And so so it's finding the balance. And so all that to say, Steve, I'll ask you a question that if you don't want to dive into, it's totally fine, because I'm just telling you, I understand where you're coming from. But is it, in your opinion, that this simply just came down to they had a dollar figure and Nebraska just said, no, we're not willing to reach it? Or could there have been more there?
No, I can tell you it's not that. It's not that. It's not that. I don't want to get into that, because that's, I mean, you're talking about.
But there are things there that are like there, because I think we reference things and we hear things, but like just to get it out there, there are things there that it was way more than just the dollar figures that caused all of this.
Yeah, there are.
Yeah,
there were, and I think the thing to emphasize is this is mutual. It's now that, what if Dylan would have dug in his heels? Now I'm asking a question. What if Dylan would have dug in his heels and said, no, I want to come back? I'm not sure that he could have. I mean, I don't know. But I don't know that for sure. But I don't know that he could have come back for what he was getting paid. And I will tell you this, I'm glad we're having this conversation, because the other thing to always keep in mind in this is, I've talked to Dominic for 25 years. I mean, since he was a player, and then after a lot more after that. But it doesn't mean I can tap into Dylan's head. And this was always gonna. I know, again, you don't believe it. It's fine. But this was going to be Dylan's decision, and I didn't know Like when I would say I don't know where it's going, it's because of that. Now, if I just based it on, I'll just say that I didn't know what. I always kind of held out hope, to be honest, because I kind of wanted this to work. I just held out hope that maybe they could figure something out and make it work.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it wasn't, this wasn't decided. I can say this. I believe this. It wasn't decided until late last week. I think that, people are, it kind of comes down to, how much do you think it was trending towards that and all that? And what percentage would you put on, blah, blah, blah. But I wasn't going to report something that hadn't happened. And it hadn't happened. Then it happened. Now it's done. So.
Okay. But just from something you said there, and it's a fair question to ask. Could, and you're not saying that this is the case or not. You're just asking the question. Could Dylan dig in his heels or not and say, I'm not leaving. I want to stay at Nebraska. I'm not, but 1 second here, Steve. I'm not asking you why couldn't he do that. I'm going to ask you this. At what point will Dylan be able to do that? Because now he's approaching the point where he's trying to be a professional quarterback, right? He's approaching the point where he's going to be his third year in college. He's approaching the point where off of his merit, he's earned a lot of money. At what point, what's holding all this back from him at some point for sure being like, no, I'm my own man. I'm my own human. I want to do what I want to do.
Well, I think it is there. I think it's already there.
Okay.
Going back to that hypothetical of him digging in his heels, he can't really do that because it's a team game, and then you're affecting too many things, and you're kind of putting yourself ahead of everything. So he couldn't have done that. It wasn't realistic for him to do that. So it was sort of a strange hypothetical to even bring up. But as far as his career goes now, it's time. Yeah, it's if it's going to go like he wants it to go, which is to the NFL, he's got to find a place where he can maximize. And that's what he'll try to do. That's what they'll try to do, is find the best place they can where he can maximize his potential. And that's easier said than done.
Steve Sipple, Husker Online. Is that then, like you mentioned a couple minutes ago, it wasn't just about the money. Is that the reason they don't feel like Nebraska was able or couldn't maximize his talents, whether that is play caller, whether that's players around him, et cetera, coaching in general, conference, like a potential other school would be?
I mean, isn't that the reason why it would be nice just to hear from Dylan, right?
Sure, yeah.
I agree.
Ask him,
I
instead
agree.
of asking Sipple that question.
Yes. No, Steve, you're totally right. Steve, you're totally right. You're totally right.
Right.
But
I mean,
but your answer is
but your answer, theorize, what would it be?
Yeah, what would it be?
that strikes me as a question for Dylan. But I mean, it's tricky though. It's a tricky situation because I think the schedule makes this whole conversation kind of tricky. Next year's very rugged schedule, and kind of, I mean, he has said from now. You can say this. He said from the jump that he wanted to lead Nebraska to a college football playoff. Help lead Nebraska, and that. I mean, I don't know what would you put the percent at that they're gonna make the playoff next
Dude, they
year?
might 6 wins might be the cards next year. Playoff, absolutely not.
I mean, I think some of these things that people wonder about are fairly self-evident.
Yeah,
but you're not going to hear it from Raiola.
Yeah, he's not going to say it's a program spinning its wheels. I'm bailing.
Right. So
even though that might be,
I don't know. People want to hear me say it. I'm not going to do that. I don't think that. I'm not the right. I know it comes off that way, and my relationship with Dominic has forced this, and you got to take the good with the bad. And I'm not their spokesman, though.
Yeah.
Hey,
these are questions that would be great for Dylan to answer.
Nick, let's get him on the show. Sip, let me ask you this. Your column today, this is less about Dylan now. This is more about the future. Use the word reset. And a fun exercise that I like doing at times is thinking about the program that I cover and know most about. And what if a different team was going through the exact same situation? How would I view it? And how would all the fans view it? And so I want to lay out some of the things that you wrote. You mentioned a new defensive coordinator in 2026, a new offensive line coach in 2026, eventually a new defensive line coach to replace the fired one. Now we can throw in a brand new quarterback. If this was a program that you watched from afar and they were going through that and they had just come off of another middling 7-5 season, going into year 4, I wonder what you would think of that program and any notion of progress.
Well, I mean, here's the thing that I failed on in that column that I think I can help answer the question. They kind of reset last year too, right? So it just feels like reset. You know, that's what it feels like to me. That it's a little, yeah. Now, when you replace a coordinator and both line coaches, and you're making a big move at quarterback, and I think that's what we're looking at. Right? We're trying to bring in a high-dollar, high-profile QB, is what my sense is. Yeah, that all feels like a fourth-year coach kind of reshuffling the deck, right? And saying, okay, now we're going to try this. So yeah, it feels like that to me. Now, that Matt Rule, I'll ask Matt, or somebody will, if I don't. Should we characterize? I mean, the question I'll ask him is, it's not like I haven't thought about it. Is with all these changes that we just laid out here, is it fair to characterize 2026 as a reset season? And then you just got to see what he says. I don't think that's an offensive question.
No, I don't either. Be an interesting answer.
Is it closer to a rebuild or just a really big retool?
Rebuild, reset, retool.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. Because
we gotta
I mean, I'm being half funny, but I'm being half serious in terms of the fact that it's like you can say, hey, we're retooling. Everybody retools nowadays, right, Sip? But but you tell me you're replacing a defensive coordinator, a D-line coach, an O-line coach, adding an edge, you're getting a new quarterback, you're getting a new running back, you're replacing two guys in the interior offensive line. You got to add a couple of tackles. You probably want a safety, and yeah, you probably need 2 corners. That sounds a lot more than just, hey, we're retooling, you know? And I'm not saying that I'm not saying that you're saying that, right?
No, it does. I wrote the column for a reason.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why. And it's not, now you'll hear people say, isn't every year for programs now sort of a reset?
Sure.
In a sense it is, but not every. I mean, Georgia's not going to change their coordinator, and they're both trench coaches, and no, so it's not. This is a pretty. There's significant change, you know. So it looks to me like that. I'll be interested to hear how the head coach frames it up.
Steve Sipple, HuskerOnline.com. By the way, people in the chat were wondering if it's spelled Sip with 1 P or 2. I always spell it with 1. So that's what I wrote. Right. Yep, there we go. So there we go. Look at that. Matt shook his head. All right, screw you, Matt.
Wow.
Ha! I spell it with 2. I go SIPP.
Sip, great to hear from you as always.
Yeah, thank you, guys. And hey, Josh, thanks for accommodating me.
Absolutely.
I didn't want to be driving. I thought that was part of the problem maybe last week is I was driving.
You were triggered on the road and took it out on us. Me.
I'll talk to you later.
All right, bye-bye. See you later, Sipple.
Bye-bye.
Wow.
I was trying to cut the tension in the beginning of the thing, and then I realized
you made it like way awkward.
Yeah.
I did.
What's wrong with you?
You made it way awkward.
You would know a thing or two about making things awkward, Nick.
I'm great at it.
A caller apparently, Nick told the portal isn't open until January 2nd.
Yes.
Yeah, we know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did I say something?
No, I don't know. My guess is that the person was trying to, actually us. He's technically not in the portal. Come on, let's be adults about this. We know intention to go into the portal is the same as going into the portal.
Isn't it kind of weird that Thamel just tweeted it out?
I'm happy that you said that because I have one more question related to this topic, and then I promise we will move forward because I want to talk to you about other things, including Nebraska basketball. Probably won't have time for it.
I'll be prepared for that convo, by the way, about... Oh, sorry, tease it.
hot take market and other stuff
Teasing.
too. Anyway, what were you going to say?
Well, I was
What were
going
you
to
gonna
say, when we have that convo, it's funny. Like now that I've been on air for like 7 hours at this point, I've already had that convo with somebody, so I'll be well prepared for
Awesome.
it.
Well, let's have it again. We'll do that as well when we return. It is Unsportsmanlike Conduct. We got Matt in today for John, who's traveling to Cincinnati because Creighton.
The breasts!
Don't know what that has to do with Cincinnati, but Creighton plays.
John.
Oh, I see. Okay. Of all of the drops to play from John, that
Just
was
do
the
the
one.
horse crap call.
Or that. What was that, Nick?
What?
Huh?
Horse crap call.
Horse crap call.
Are we gonna have to move Sipple to 4 or 350 every week now? Because he's always driving in the car at
He is.
450.
He's just getting triggered.
It was
I'm gonna
kind of
ask
nice
him.
not to hear the dinging
It really was.
He's got a great truck.
and
though.
him admitting to actively committing crimes on the phone.
Doesn't buckle his seatbelt. Doesn't care about the rules of the road. But we enjoy talking to him. anyway.
Sending a text.
All right, more to come. Did do that, didn't he?
Uh-huh.
So Sportsmanlike Conduct, Josh Peterson, and Matt McMaster.
Whoa.
Here on 1620 The Zone. Josh, Matt, Nick Grimm with you on this Tuesday. Mike Schaefer in tomorrow for John, getting ready for Creighton and Xavier. We'll be off at 5, sadly, tomorrow. God.
And then I'll be on at like 8 o'clock.
That's early for you.
Yeah.
Just got a message from someone that said they reset last year, but they didn't extend their coach after that. This is all so interesting that it is going into year 4 with 2 extra years built on the end of it, and it's like this kind of restart,
rebuild, reset, retool. How
Certainly
about this? How about
reload?
You want this one? They're re-racking the deck.
I don't like it.
They're re-racking it.
Not what you want. Not what you want. You asked the Thamel question. How did you ask it? Because
wasn't it weird?
Because what I wrote down earlier this morning, does it mean anything to you that this news came out via Pete Thamel?
So Gary, and this is all I want to give Gary credit. I don't want to take Gary's takes. Gary. So I saw the post yesterday, and then Amy just reported that post was deleted.
Oh wait, you're talking about the Instagram?
Yes, I'm talking.
Sorry, no, I'm talking about Pete. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about Dylan.
Oh, quoting Pete Thamel's thing?
Well, the fact that Pete Thamel reported it.
Yeah.
Then Dylan had an Instagram post. And then it was gone.
So, yeah, what's your take on that?
Well, I think that was weird.
Oh, it was. Yes, yes,
I think,
of course it was.
I think that was just very strange. And
yeah, my question was more the guy who reports everything from the Nebraska side of things.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah.
You know, the day after I had the news about the contract extension, Pete Thamel broke the news, among other things.
Yeah.
He has random stuff that nobody nationally would care about. That it's like, why are you reporting that Chubba Purdy's starting? No one cares.
Yeah.
Like, no offense,
Yeah.
Pete.
Yeah.
And so that he was the one who broke it. I mean, look, you asked a question to Sipple about the juice being worth the squeeze. Because this has been a very Raiola family tinged discussion over the last 24 hours. A lot of what I've heard. I don't know if we have asked enough about the Matt Rule side of this decision. If it was a mutual parting of the ways, how did Matt Rule think about it? And so again, that Thamel broke it, and this is so inside baseball, like I'm sure eyes are glazing over, but I found that very interesting. Dylan having the Instagram story and then deleting it, really strange.
That was so I didn't make a ton of it. If I'm being honest, when I first saw it, I was like, okay, we deleted it. All right, well, maybe his team was like, hey, not the best message, you know, maybe
God told me to transfer.
Yeah. So, but then to me, I was like, oh, hey, maybe not like the best message. Let's like write a full report out and be like, hey, I want to thank Husker Nation, everything like that. Being a
poem.
Yes, a whole poem, and then put it out there.
I should have ended
But
with
then
a poem.
I didn't really think about it. And then Gary, because this is how Gary is, because he's a psycho, but he's an incredibly intelligent
He's a very
psycho.
nice psycho.
Yeah, he's an incredibly
Like Patrick
intelligent
Bateman.
psycho. Just started being like, put the tea leaves together in terms of like, you know, this is, you know, a little, it was just a little off. It was just a little weird that it didn't come from Dylan's camp. And it seems like Dylan
did not.
And it just seems like Dylan, and he has been, are the people, they like to control the narrative. They like to control the story. They like to, you know, get it out there and like to frame how people think of them in the best way possible. And the fact that now we are talking about it and Dana Holgerson is talking about it, and it's very much out there that he is no longer a part of this team. And
He left already.
And yet they still haven't put anything out there is very interesting and very, very strange to me. And I think that when Gary and I had a convo about it earlier, and he brought, because I want to make sure I'm kind of relaying some of his points.
You're retweeting Gary's
Yes,
tweets.
exactly. But like when Gary brought that up of like, hey, kind of put the tea leaves together. This is interesting, you know. We then started anticipating, and I went on Instagram and had Dylan's notifications all put up for me to see when he was going to make his post. Because I think we were like, all right, you know, they eventually have to put something out today. And the fact that I don't think they've done it up to this point.
I haven't seen anything.
It's really weird and it's interesting to me.
Mm-hmm.
So
does it tell you anything?
I think it just tells me what I already know, which is it's probably done. You know?
Yeah, of course
it's
it
just
is.
done. I mean, at this point, does it really? Here's my thing: if he didn't make a post, would you really care?
No. Like, do you want to post?
No.
Do you need a poem? Do you need his thanks Husker Nation for the 2 years?
But knowing what we know,
I don't need anything.
But listen, Josh, knowing what we know about that camp and about the brand and how it's always about the brand and how it's always about imaging, you would think they would put a message out, right?
Yeah. No, let me ask you this: have the other quarterbacks, like, did Lagway say anything yesterday?
No, I don't. But
did
I don't.
Sam
But
Levitt say anything?
DJ Lagway ain't Dylan Raiola. You know, like Sam Levitt ain't Dylan Raiola. Like
Okay.
it would like
in terms of brand.
If I told you, you know, if I told you, hey, you know, Dylan just said, see ya, and he didn't say anything to anybody about it, and he didn't write a whole
Irish
you know,
goodbye?
Yeah, and he kind of Irish goodbye to you.
Wouldn't that be a little off?
You were expecting more of a Midwestern goodbye.
I was just expecting just more of a
Hand on the door handle for 30 minutes.
I was just expecting
go, Dylan, go.
It's always been about handling the brand and handling the image.
Talking to you outside the door.
Yeah.
Sad Husker fan says Rule is relieved he's gone.
I don't know.
Should I text him?
Peterson calling.
I could. This is hypothetical. I'm not
everyone
actually
knows
saying
that
this.
you are. That this is hypothetical for you.
I could see Rule being relieved he's gone from a standpoint of it feels like Dylan kind of sucked the air out of the room and kind of took the attention away from Rule when Rule has. It kind of felt like a dueling banjo situation, right?
Yeah,
They were both kind of competing for the space.
I've never gotten the vibe that Rule is battling for attention. I think Rule probably, but I do think Rule could just be like, man, this is a circus for a guy who honestly didn't play all that great.
Hey, there's an opinion that I've been ruminating on for the last few hours, and that is like this program, and people have been saying it for years, so this isn't new. They need to get away from the flash, and they need to get back to the substance. Like, in a way, I would say that this team the last 2 years, and this isn't, I'm not even like putting this on Dylan, but they have had this kind of like pretend aura about them. Look at us. And even, I think it goes even to the head coach with the goofy photos he took with Dylan over the summer and the cow or whatever it was. Remember the photo?
But that's Cruton. And by the way, it might be working because I just read another report that they're trending in the right direction in 2027.
It ain't working on the field.
So-
and that's what I'm saying. Like, this is so flash and not substance. It's all sizzle and no steak.
But
what?
Sloppy steak?
The one, and I agree, but I think where I'm saying but at is when Dylan Raiola said, "Hey, I want to come play for the Huskers," it was substance. It was, "Hey, that was something."
Sure.
Like you can't tell him no. You can't say, "Oh, 5-star recruit, hell of an arm, potentially." Like, one of the books on Dylan was coming out of high school. Man, he could be a really good deep ball thrower. Like, all the things that.
Yeah,
like,
what happened to that?
Well, exactly. And
it's like his worst part of his game.
Well, exactly. I talked Schaefer
awareness.
Schaefer and I talked about it so much. About Schaefer was like, I don't get it because everybody
makes no sense.
Everybody lauded over how good he could throw the deep ball, and then he came to college and it was one of his worst attributes.
First year he underthrew, this year he overthrew.
So, but it's one of those things where the only reason why I say the whole flash and substance thing where I kind of disagree with that is because when Dylan first committed, it was substance. It was, hey, you got a guy that very well could end up going in the first round in the NFL draft. You have one hell of a talent. You have a guy that Georgia wanted, Ohio State wanted, Clemson wanted, like all of these top programs wanted. That was substance to me. And I think, Josh, the minute that it started becoming not substantive is when Nebraska started looking elsewhere. When Nebraska started thinking, okay, maybe this isn't what we want, right? And so I think, honestly, you could have more of an argument that it's more about the flash than the substance if Dylan was still here. If they said, all right, Dylan, we will pay you that money. All right, Dylan, we will do the things
so
you
maybe
want to do.
they're moving
So
into
maybe this move is kind of what you're talking about. It is a substance-based move because
hope so.
And this is just speculation, but if he was asking for more money or if he was asking for more than what he already had, I'd be like, dude, sorry, no thank you. We are paying you reportedly $3.5 million, and the amount of freedom that he has within the offense and the fact that they have invested so much in the wide receivers and they've invested in tackles. Now, did they develop those tackles like they needed to? No. But like, if he was asking for more, I think Nebraska's be like, By
the way, speaking of freedom in the offense, and this will be the last thing we'll say on Dylan today, we'll move on to other stuff. Sam McEwen, I know he was on your show today. I haven't had a chance to listen to the interview yet. He said on the Pick Six pod this week that sources told him that on the play that Dylan broke his leg, that he audibled out of a run.
So he said it on our show today.
Yeah.
He goes, what it really boils down to. He said,
that?
This is almost the exact quote. He goes, it was a run play. He checked into a pass. It was a 2-man route. He held the ball for 4.5 seconds. He got sacked. He broke his leg.
And he fumbled.
And who would know?
How about that?
Yeah. Who would have known?
How about that?
Who would have known?
Pretty interesting. All right. When we return, Hot Take Market. We got other stuff to get to. We have not talked any basketball today. We have not talked Bears today. Matt's, doesn't want us to talk about the Bears, but we're going to talk about the Bears. You guys, you have that great question that you wanted to ask about portal quarterbacks. Don't know if we'll have time for that. We have some
Yeah,
other
another
portal
one
stuff.
got added to that too.
Yeah. Oh,
Hauser, Caden Hauser.
that's right.
In the
Okay.
portal.
Yep. So we'll see what we can get to over the last 90 minutes of the Grum today. Hot take market when we return. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. All right, friends. We've done a lot of Dylan, done a lot of Matt Rule. We just did a little on Pete Thamel getting stuff from Matt Rule. Now it's time for the hot take market. Matt, do you want to begin as our guest?
I will.
Of honor. Take it away.
So Myles Garrett is very much on the way toward breaking the sack record in the NFL.
Sure.
And not just breaking the sack record, but shattering the sack
Obliterating
record.
it.
And it's not just obliterating the sack record, but he's going to obliterate it in less than like 16 games too. Like he is going to shatter this thing. And he is on a very bad football team, a football team that is paying him $45 million a year.
Whoa,
and
that's almost as much as Dylan makes.
And the Cleveland Browns have been playing this weird will we, won't we trade Myles Garrett. And I think every team in the NFL, especially the ones that want to compete for Super Bowls, are looking at Myles Garrett. Here's my hot take.
Give it to us.
There's no price for Myles Garrett that I would not pay. Like, and I mean that literally. The Cleveland Browns could ask me for anything in terms of draft pick compensation, in terms of players, in terms of whatever, and I would pay them for Myles Garrett. If they said, Matt, we want 4 first-round picks, I would say, okay, fine. I don't think there is a true valued number on Myles Garrett. I think as soon as you get him on your team, you are a top 10 defense. You are one of the best units.
But you're also the Browns.
Okay. No, I know, but I'm saying if I'm trading for Myles Garrett, if I'm another team trading for Myles Garrett, you could
3 firsts?
Yeah.
4 firsts?
Yeah.
5 firsts?
Yeah.
Wow, that's a lot of firsts.
But that's not realistic. Like they would ask, hey, 3 first-round picks.
I was going to say, because Micah got 2.
You know,
Micah
like,
out for the season.
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard.
They would,
Tough news.
They would ask, all this to say is, if whoever, like there is no discussion of like, ooh, like the Cowboys traded for Myles Garrett. Did they give up too much? No.
They would, because Jared would be like, do you want our stadium
But I don't
too?
think, well, this is my point. My hot take is too high of a price for Myles Garrett does not exist. He is slowly becoming
Not where I thought the hot take market would begin.
He is slowly becoming one of the greatest defensive players of all time.
On a very formidable team.
If not
Speaking of
already
glazing.
there. He's already a Hall of Famer. It's not glazing. It's appreciating greatness.
Mr. Glaze.
It's not glazing. It's looking at a guy
No
who's
glaze,
doing
Jerry, no
things.
glaze.
It's doing things that nobody has literally done in the history of the NFL. And not only just, he's breaking a record. He's breaking a record that plenty of some of the greatest players of all time have been able to break. Breaking the sack record isn't just like, he got, he's got 13 seasons in a row with like 800 yards. Like, no, like some of the greatest players in NFL history have been pass rushers, and he's broken. So there is no price that is too high for Myles Garrett. That is my hot take.
All right, let me show you how it's done.
That was a good hot take.
Hot take, I believe.
There it is.
It doesn't matter that Josh Allen won't have to beat Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City on his way towards a Super Bowl. Matt, have you heard all these takes recently? Oh, man. Here, I'll do the list.
So, man, if he doesn't beat Patrick Mahomes on his way to the Super Bowl, does it really count? Mickey Mouse ring.
Thank you. That is what people. Yes,
Josh
Let
Allen.
me be Bill's pilled, Nick, for 5 seconds. If they do it, of course,
you mean
was
Haley
my next
Steinfeld's husband.
Hawk Tua into his mouth. That wasn't the usual Hawk Tua.
Jeez.
And obviously, Matt, this is if they do it. So I talked to Mike Tenier last week for a podcast on a little tidy YouTube channel that I do. And Mike said something that I hadn't really thought of, and that was this.
Mike Severe?
No, Mike Tenier.
Oh, my dad.
He
Michael.
He said nobody cares that Brett Favre didn't beat the Cowboys along the way towards his first Super Bowl. And I thought, he's right. 93, Cowboys beat the Packers. 94, Cowboys beat the Packers. 95, Cowboys beat the Packers. 96 regular season, Cowboys beat the Packers. God, first of all, can we go back to those days, folks?
No,
Can
I
we
hate
please?
those days. That means the Packers were good and competing.
You weren't alive.
Good point.
But they always lost to the Cowboys. Then they get to the playoffs. They beat the 49ers on a Saturday of the divisional round. After the game, the sideline reporter asks Brett Favre about the Cowboys probably beating the Panthers. Are you gonna go through Dallas? Are you rooting for Carolina? Yuck. Cowboys got upset. I think they were the favorite. I don't know for sure. Then in the NFC Championship game, Green Bay beat Carolina. They won the Super Bowl against the Patriots. And guess what? Nobody cares. Nobody cares about Brett Favre. You didn't do it. You didn't go through the Dallas Cowboys, the team of the 90s. And so that's all to say, it doesn't matter that Mahomes isn't in the playoffs. For years, nobody will care. Or years from now, nobody will care that Josh Allen had to beat Bo Nix and Drake May and C.J. Stroud to get to the Super Bowl if he doesn't.
So a couple of things here.
That's a hot take.
We're talking about Josh Allen's vanilla legacy, like his own individual legacy.
Like a glaze?
No.
Oh.
Like vanilla stats.
Oh.
Like straight up. Like
the
cardboard.
type of vanilla he puts in his coffee.
Oh.
So
Mickey Mouse coffee.
We're talking so we're just talking about Josh Allen's individual accomplishments. You're right. I think you're right. Nobody will care. But if we're comparing,
Berger's fan says it was a huge thing that Green Bay didn't beat the Cowboys. then, but nobody cares now.
But if we're
call me in 2055.
If we're comparing Josh Allen's legacy to like Patrick Mahomes' legacy, right? If we were to compare those two, and Allen were to have never beaten Mahomes, right? It's kind of one of those things where it's like I do think that kind of matters if you're comparing them 1-to-1. But if you're just looking at Allen,
it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I totally agree.
I guess in this world, Allen's not going to win like 3 more Super Bowls. So
Sure.
he's not going to be compared to those guys anyway.
I agree with you. I don't.
Well, it's become robbing poor people and sending penis pics to folks.
People forget.
But if you remove those, his legacy would not be sullied because he didn't beat the 90s
So
Cowboys.
here's another one too for you. Like nobody cares that Jordan didn't beat the 80 Celtics.
Correct.
Like he never beat Bird.
Honestly, he beat the Pistons, and that was the thing he needed
No,
to
so
do.
he got over the hump of the Pistons.
And then he just
right?
beat everybody.
Yes, but like nobody goes. Well, Bird's like he's not as good because he didn't beat Bird and McHale and Parrish and all those guys. Like no, it's just it kind of just happens. You get the draw that you get. If you're great, regardless, you're going to be looked at as great, right? And Michael Jordan was great. We don't look back and say, well, he didn't beat Bird. Yeah. We just go, he's the greatest of all time. Then, I think you can find a lot of those examples in sports. And so I think you're totally right. I don't think that's a hot take as much as you just dunking on stupid people.
Oh, that's a good new segment, Nick.
Yeah.
Dunking on stupid people. Also, Nick, do you remember where Michael Jordan played in the NBA?
That's not a Chicago reference.
I wanted him to play the drop.
Oh.
Wow, you didn't have to get so triggered. Chicago!
Chicago!
Yes, but you got all mad. Do you have another hot take?
Okay, this is the one that like I can get on, but I think this is where you're gonna go like you're bad at this. Okay,
You're pulling an Austin?
No, because I don't know if
Austin
this is
might
so
be in
much.
the car right
I
now.
don't-
Austin, I hope you're listening.
I don't think this is so much of a hot take as much as it's like me coming of age. But like candles are awesome.
Oh,
like,
hell yeah.
Like
No, I was around 22 when I fell in love with candles,
are
too.
sick.
I've always loved candles.
Like
Candles are great.
I looked
My
at
parents' house smells like candles this time of year. Great smell.
I looked at candles and I would go to Bed Bath and Beyond and I would buy my grandma because my grandmother loves candles. And I would buy my grandmother, my abuela, candles. And I'd be like, stop it. And I would be like, $15 for a candle, $20 for a candle. This is ridiculous. How much money? I'm getting what the deal is 3 candles for $30. This is insane.
Come on,
right?
Grandma.
Like this is crazy how much candles cost. And then
Grandma.
I started buying candles, right?
Sure.
And lighting them, and I got a little wooden plate to put on the kitchen counter. So you light the candle, and then you put it on this nice plate.
You don't
And-
blow it out.
And
yeah.
and it's just
Oh,
like
man,
I
but
walk.
when you blow out a candle, it does smell good, though.
You're not supposed to blow it out, though. You're supposed to
Yeah, it's supposed to
suffocate
cover it.
I like it to smell
But
better.
it's just one of those things where I walk
Damages the
in
wick.
and my place just smells
Kiss my butt.
awesome, and I'm like, man, I cannot believe for 23 years of my life I looked at candles and I said, not worth it. Dumb investment. I would never do this. And now I'm like, we got to make sure we're stocked up all the time.
Oh, have you discovered the world of soy candles yet? Because I think those are the
No,
top
I'm not
tier
a
of
soy
candles.
boy like you. I'm a
Lib.
lib. I'm a carnivore candle man.
All right, well, you're missing out then because soy candles are peak candle. They smell even without you lighting them. You don't have to light them for them.
Travis
to smell.
goes, don't tell me how to put out my candles.
Yeah, I agree with you, Travis.
Okay, then damage your candles.
Whoa,
Have
Nick,
damage.
I
I
got
thought we were.
another
You got
take.
another one? Okay.
Hot take, I believe.
Thought
I
we
got
were
2
done
that I
after
believe
candles.
today.
Okay, whoa.
Not only will Nebraska basketball finally win a tournament game this year, they're going to win another one and go to the Sweet 16.
Whoa,
When they
that is
break-
a hot take.
When they break through, Matt, they're breaking through a glass ceiling. That's why they've got to break it.
That's
why
a
it's glass.
very hot take.
Not only will they win, but they're going to win 2 in a row.
Now, here's the thing. I think that's a hot take because of history, right? We look at the
Well,
history.
yes, they've never won
They've
one.
never won one. So that's-
Famously.
But if you look at the fact that, like, Joe Lunardi had them as a 4 seed
I
today.
saw this.
Okay.
So
that means they would be the higher seed. They would be the favorite
matter
in both
what,
the
in both
first
games.
round game and the second round game.
That's true.
Okay.
That's true.
And plenty of 4 seeds make it, to the Sweet 16.
Yes.
So it's not like it's the hottest take in terms of what they are currently, but it's a scolding hot take in the regard that they've never even won 1 game. So to say that they could win 2 games, I agree. That is a hot take. And also, too, the Huskers are really, really good at basketball.
They are really good at
They
basketball.
are really good at
All right, Nick, now you can fade it out. Let's go to Dave real fast before we go to break because I love how Nick wrote it. Wants your opinion on Creighton stuff. Dave, what Creighton stuff would you like our opinion on?
Guys, I just need to know your opinion because John Bishop is not there right now. So
Correct.
I think this is my best chance at getting a good answer on this, an unbiased answer.
Okay.
So tomorrow night's conference opener for Creighton. I want to know your guys' opinion. Who does the coach start?
Ooh, great question.
If it's not the core group of transfers that came in that are new, okay, if it's the guys that returned, okay, then what is the likelihood of an uptick in transfer portal discussions amongst the new players?
What do you mean by that?
Like the new guys that came in that were highly touted, if they find their tushes on the bench tomorrow, when are we going to start seeing social media traffic about transfer portals for those guys?
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Thanks for
Dave,
the call, Dave.
You know, that's very hard to project, you know, and stuff like that. I mean,
do you think they'll do the same starting five as they did for Kansas State? I know I listened to Greg McDermott afterwards. He seemed, I mean, they got off, they were down by 20 at the half, basically. He obviously wasn't happy with that. I think they're going to go back to the starting lineup from the games.
So so here's my thing. I'm not really worried about the starting lineup. I really don't.
Well, do you want to answer it though? What do you think they're going to do?
Probably won't go with the same starting lineup
as the one they did.
Yeah,
they will or won't.
Won't.
Okay.
But I'll say this. And this is just me being Bill Simmons. I and Zach Load in a way. I more so care about the closing lineup. Like what's the closing lineup? The starting lineup is, I don't know. It's kind of semantics. It's more about like
you're saying you don't know ball if you're asking about the starting lineup?
No.
Wow.
I'm just saying
Dave, that was a great call.
It's Dave was a great call. I'm just saying I'm more concerned about who are they closing the game with. And they closed the game with the same 5 guys for 7 minutes. And that communicated to me that those are the guys that they trust the most. And so I'm not so worried about what the starting lineup is going to be as much as I am what is the minute distribution going to be. Because Greg McDermott essentially has been begging, hey, I need to find 5 or 6 or 7 guys that I could trust that go out there and play like hard basketball. And the thing is that the guys that you thought would be in that group aren't.
By the way, this is the first time I've looked at Bart since the game on Saturday. 15-16, how the projected record. And conference-wise, Nick, you ready for this?
Yep.
9-11. Yikes.
Chance.
Problematic. Creighton, don't go 9-11.
Well, they just don't know how to play together. Like they have no chemistry. They have no rhythm. Their half-court offense, especially when a certain point guard is out there, is atrocious. And I think that Mac is just furious at this point, and this is my read from him, from his press conferences and all that stuff. He's just furious at the fact that Josh, all he's asking for is effort and communication.
He's so triggered.
That's all he's saying.
And I get it.
He's like, all I want you guys to do is play hard,
doing what you're doing,
and talk to each other. And the guys who are getting paid so much money to be on this team won't do that for him. And for a guy with the pedigree that Mac has, he's sitting there being like, what the hell do I have to do for you to listen to
what
that?
is happening?
I'm not going to do a list Greg McDermott impression.
Greg McDermott impression. It's just, you got to just go down an octave. I can't do the voice.
You also have to say something disparaging toward
Every
John.
time I see.
Oh, I love saying something disparaging towards John. Hey, ugly. Got him.
Every time I see Greg McDermott, I'm always taken aback by just how big he is.
Yeah, have you ever shaken his hand?
He's a big guy.
No, I've never shaken his hand.
I want to shake your
One
hand.
of his hands would be 2 of your hands.
Wow, Ken was triggered by the 6'7" stuff. Children with hand signals. Sorry, Ken. Sorry that you're not fun. All right, and Chance writes,
I like how
summoned me.
I like how I have taken the role of John Bishop firmly in this trio here.
You have?
two just
annoying.
No, of you two just being little kids and then me continuing my point.
It's called fun. Matt.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Try having it sometime.
Yeah.
We have it every morning from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m.
I was going to say,
It's
this is the fun show.
It is.
No, we're a fun show in the morning.
Sure.
We're very fun. Get out of here.
We're the cool uncle of 1620 The Zone.
Yeah. Yeah. Sam writes, tell McMaster Gary doesn't exist in these hours. This is the hours of Josh and John.
Very
and
much
Nick.
exist in these hours.
The only time Gary exists is.
I love it. It's so good. All right, when we return.
When did he do that?
That's years ago. That's like 3 years ago, 4 years ago.
But also, I think he still does it.
Maybe on his.
Wow, Mountain Dewy 02 writes, all you
Yeah.
Matt simps need to learn how opinions work.
He doesn't like me. It's fine. It's okay, man. Dewey. I love you.
But he says you have simps.
Oh,
And then he has your Gary's annoying sidekick. But he used the wrong form of your. So, wow, that guy seems like a
He's a
huge
dummy.
idiot.
That's a tough look.
No
Okay.
offense, Mountain Dewy. Appreciate you listening.
No offense. You're great, man.
Wow, USC is 1620 to Unk, according to Mike. I've seen Unk used more in this chat today than in the last 20 chats combined.
Interesting.
Is that the word of the day?
It might be.
All right. When we return, the happy hour will be here. We are not talking about Dylan Raiola, but I did have a portal question that I wanted to ask you, Matt.
Okay.
Don't know if we're going to get to that quarterback topic. Also, I did want to talk about the Bears. I want to talk about the
We can
National
talk about
Football
the
League.
Bears.
And I finally break my silence
Oh.
on Micah Parsons' injury.
Oh, finally.
People are saying that I'm happy about this.
If anybody would have more of a claim to be happy about it, not more of a claim, but would also have a claim to be happy about it, it would be me.
Why
too.
are they saying this about me? I don't know, but I will answer the question on if I am or am not happy about it.
What? You can answer it right now.
No,
it'd
do
be
it
a very
next hour.
simple
It's called
answer.
a tease, Matt.
I don't know what teases are. Screw teases.
Yeah,
teases are dumb.
I'm gonna teach when we go to break. I'm gonna teach you about teases. See, now I have to say we're going to break.
The teases
You ruined it.
The teases that I know about it are the ones at the bar. That's the teases.
Remember
I know.
earlier?
Lord.
Wow. Remember earlier when we established she's never toggled the box?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're always teasing.
Interesting. All right, we'll do all of that. Plus, what is for dinner for Matt McMaster?
Soup.
This man is terrible. Absolutely terrible. Happy hours next, 1620 The Zone.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a
Throw.
Say the words.
It would be nice to have a something through.
No, that's not the words.
I don't know what it is. Bro, through.
No, the happy hour is
Sponsored by somebody?
on the air. You know, in fairness to Matt, we only say this once a week.
We do now. Yeah.
It's only on Thursdays.
Wow, thanks for not listening on Thursday.
Whoa, BS.
That's a tough look.
I've done a very good job of
I know, that's what I'm saying. We literally only do this Thursdays because we have Michael, we have Sipple, we have Dumb Debates, and we have...
But it's not a Thursday.
No, I know, but...
It's a Tuesday.
It is on a Tuesday.
It's not a beach. It's a bathtub.
Don't know that reference.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
What's that reference?
It's something. I'll tell you off the air.
Wow, is that about box toggling again?
Yeah, actually.
By the way, go to 1620thezone.com right now for a chance to win a 4-pack of passes to AEW Dynamite New Year's Smash. It's coming up 2 weeks from tomorrow, the 31st at Liberty First Credit Union Arena. Perhaps McMaster will be there.
No, I'll be home.
Oh, you're going back to... Where is he going back to, Nick?
Not there.
Chicago! There he is.
Learn how to toggle a box. Rookie.
Come on, Nick. Speaking of the new year, Rascal Frat.
Rascal Frats.
Rascal Flats.
Yeah.
Bringing their life.
Sig Guy's going to be there. Sig Ep's going to be there.
Life is Highway Tour to Omaha.
ATO's going to be there.
24th of Jan
Rascal
24th.
Frats,
well, if
baby.
you add Jan 2 plus 4, you know what that equals.
6.
More details are online at 1620thezone.
I can't wait for January summer.
Jan 6 Summerfest.
Jan 6.
I showed you the graphic that I'm working on for that, right?
You're working on it?
I haven't seen. I saw it 3 weeks ago. Has it been updated?
No, I know. Nick, have I not shown it to you yet?
No, I haven't seen Jan 6 Summerfest yet.
All right, I will show it to you.
Chance goes Flascal Rats.
All right. So this was the first I need to work on it a little bit more.
Dude, what you need to do if you're going to call it a Summerfest is you need to put the names of everybody involved in like the font that they do for those lineups at Lala, right?
Lollapalooza.
You know what I'm saying? Like
I made a
it's
poster.
The big one and then a bunch of small
like
ones.
it's a big bold letters like
Uh-huh.
Josh Peterson big and bold, John Bishop big and bold, and then Connor Happer a little bit smaller, Matt McMaster a little bit smaller, Nick Grimm the smallest.
I did nice, Nick.
I've never heard that before.
The smallest I've ever seen.
I did make
Nick Grimm.
Where is it at? I did make this poster this summer for a thing I do on the side.
Exactly.
Yeah,
The thing you do on the side.
thing I do on the side.
I've done that thing with you.
You've done that thing before. Yep, indeed. Welcome in everybody to the happy hour.
Nick wanted to make a box toggling comment.
No, I was going to say you're his side piece.
Ooh, actually, it's the other way around. What?
Huh? That's Matt McMaster. You're probably wondering, where's John?
Where's John?
John is flying or has already flown to Cincinnati. He'll be back on Thursday. He actually won't be back tomorrow because Creighton's playing at 5:30. So John would have to leave the show at like 2:45.
I would love to do a show with John Bishop.
You have.
I know, but like do a show like this and we would just make wrestling references all day and just no one would understand it. And it
Yeah,
would be
that's
awesome.
probably. I'm going to tell John. Don't ask Matt. He's stinky. He smells the studio
Whoa,
up, and it
I have
smells
not
like
smelled the studio up at all.
John. If his farts don't smell, his takes certainly will. Don't ask him. I'm not trying to have you torch our show with wrestling garbage
And disparaging
Mumbo
women.
Jumbo.
You have your
No, John would actually like that.
Matt McLib.
Exactly. We appreciate everybody tuning in on this Tuesday. There are probably a lot of people who are.
Go ahead. I keep interrupting.
You are terrible at
I
this.
am.
Yeah, see, and I was just going to make reference to this. Jordan says, I missed the Sipple interview. What the hell? People are probably getting in their car, legitimately excited. I got a text from someone that said, have fun with the Sipple interview. That was an hour ago. We already did it. We apologize.
You can listen to it right now, wherever you get your podcast, or rewind the video
Rewind
if you're on the YouTube.
the YouTube. You can do that. You can rewind the YouTube. Sipple was there an hour ago. We talked a lot about Dylan Raiola, the expectation for, or not really expectation, but why this happened, his opinion on things.
It was a great interview.
Was it?
And I'm going to be honest with you. You and I pushed him. We were kind of good copying, bad copying him a little bit.
I thought it was fun.
It was great.
Yeah.
I thought it was awesome.
Go check that out. We got a question from Kyle. Cal. Noted Wisconsin fan Kyle.
Shut up, Cal.
Would people look at Nebraska ball as a Cinderella if they went on a run as a 4 seed? Winning multiple games would be a huge story nationally. It's a great question. Is Nebraska basketball, if they continue to play well and thus make the tournament with a, let's say, a 4 or a 5, and they win a couple of games, are they a Cinderella? Because
no,
in terms of seeding, certainly if you're a 4, as you said in our one of our previous segments, they would be the team with the lower, higher seed.
Yeah. If they like, this is so dumb, but if they were to be a 4 seed, right, they would be like what, 24-7? Like they would have gone like,
which is what Bart has.
Yeah, like they would go 13-7 in the Big Ten. So they'd be a 4 seed. Like at the end of the year, if they were to like lose in the first round, hypothetically as a 4, I wouldn't say, well, the carriage turned into a pumpkin. Like I wouldn't say that about them. Like I would just be like, oh, that's disappointing. Like they didn't play their best game. I think there's a difference between having a magical story, like having a magical team and having just a special team, than there is like being a Cinderella, if that makes sense.
I could not agree with you more. Cinderella is more about the actual team itself. They would be they will be a story. If they keep this up.
Yeah.
I don't know if around here people are ready for the story nationally that Nebraska could be this year. And also this part, and this is like this isn't even the sneaky part of this whole discussion, Matt. This is the obvious part. This is the blaring red lights part of this discussion. If they continue playing well, they are going to go into the tournament, and the season is going to get boiled down to one game, and that is their first game. And like, I think that's an obvious statement. Your reaction just now tells me it is an obvious statement. I'm curious as to how that plays out, because like they're good, right?
Yeah.
Like we watched them. They last week, Jack Mitchell said it. He's like, this is the best week that the program is probably ever had. They beat their hated rival by 21. Wisconsin's not a rival, but people hate Wisconsin.
But they were a marquee program within the Big Ten.
Bingo. And they beat them by 30.
Yeah.
And then they go on the road. It's funny. They win by 3 on a game winner with 0.2 left. They controlled that whole game. Outside of like the last 2 minutes of the first half and like the last minute of the second half, they controlled 35 to 37 other minutes, and then they got to win on a buzzer beater, and now they're a top 15 program. And yet, the whole, like, everybody knows it, the back of your head. Wow, this is great. What about March? Wow, this is so much fun. But what about March? It's going to be that way, Matt. The tournament probably is like 3 months and like 2 days away. It's going to be that way for 3 months and a few days. I think it's actually the 20th is when the Thursday starts.
Yeah.
So think about that. We got 3 months and 4 days, and that is all we're going to discuss.
And that is something that they have to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody else really has. And if they, and this is, by the way, the hypothetical, if they were to be like a top 5 seed or top 6 seed, like
even if they're, dude,
well, they have to deal with this regardless. But I'm more so talking in particular
if they're like a good,
okay, wait, if they're a 4 seed, right? There are 4 seeds that go to the Final Four.
Yes.
Like there are 4 seeds that go to the Elite 8. There are 4 seeds who make you are one of the top 16 teams in the country, right?
Mm-hmm.
They would have, some odds, legitimate odds for them to make a very deep run.
Correct.
So it's not necessarily just about, hey, go in there and win a game. It'd be like, oh no, what can you like what can you do? And if, by the way, they were to be a top, like keep this up all the way through, there would be some very, very smart college basketball people who would tell you, hey, this Nebraska team is like, they're dangerous. Like they are something.
2 years ago, Alabama made the Final Four. They were 4 seed.
And also too,
2 years ago,
what we have to consider as well, Josh, is that they are a top 15 seed right now.
2 seasons ago.
They're a top 15 seed or top 15 in the country right now. And they did it being way out of the AP poll to begin the year. Like, I don't think people understand how difficult that is to do, because the AP poll, like for college basketball, in my opinion, especially in the preseason, holds way too much merit.
And especially with a team like this.
Yes. Like
this is Nebraska.
So like, imagine where Nebraska would be ranked right now if they began the year ranked like 18th. If they began the year ranked like seriously.
Yeah,
if they
I know what you mean. Yeah, they're like a top 16.
If they would go ahead, they would be undefeated. Right, they would have a ranked win on the road. Oklahoma beat Oklahoma State, and so their net moved from 78 all the way up to 50. So they actually have 2 quad 1 wins now. So like they would have 2 Q1 wins. They would have a ranked win over the road. They would have 2 quality blowouts between Creighton and Wisconsin. They're currently right now, I believe, 12th in the net ranking. So
they're going to go undefeated.
If they
in the
began the year ranked in the AP poll, which this is it never would have happened.
An insane
right?
hypothetical.
But
if
they did, they'd be a top 8.
Yeah,
like they'd be top 8. They might be like top 10, top 8 in the country. Like that's how good they have been. So it's one of those things though where it's like this team has to deal with that, and they have to deal with the allure of winning the very first game. But hey, someone's got to do it at some point. Like somebody's got to get over the hump. Somebody has to deal with the difficulty and stress and pressure of being the first team to win an NCAA tournament game. And if there's a team to do it, so far they've proven that they can handle it.
And you know what's funny? I love the way you put it, stress, pressure. Like, I think every Nebraska team that I have ever watched in the tournament, so I can only remember 2 of them. The one in 24 against A&M, and then the one a decade before that against Baylor.
Yeah.
So those are the only 2 that I can remember. I know that it happened in the 90s. I don't remember any of those seasons. There was pressure on those teams to win it because they hadn't done it.
Yeah.
This will be way different. This will be like the early 90s teams for Nebraska basketball, when the pressure would be there because you haven't done it yet. And because the expectation is that you'll do it. There's somebody in the chat asked a few minutes ago, how are they going to handle being the hunted versus the hunter?
Well,
and I think that's good. Like now you're going to get their attention.
Jordan's in the chat. He asked that question. It's a great question, but let me answer it with this.
Okay.
They've already experienced that because in that Illinois game, they were getting hunted. Okay. They were getting the Illinois, and that crowd was doing everything to win that game and to beat them. And they were like Rocky and Rocky 4. Mm-hmm. Okay. I thought Illinois was giving them every punch, every smack to the head, every blow to the body. They were giving Nebraska through their play every reason to just give up, to fall, to allow for them to go on a rut or for the bottom to fall out. And Nebraska never wilted. They never gave into the pressure of what is a top team in the country. They never gave into the pressure of them being in a road environment. They never gave into the pressure of, hey, we're an 11-point underdog. A lot of people doubt us. Maybe we're not supposed to be playing this well. They never gave into any of that. This is not like, here's the difference with this team. This is why it's not a Cinderella. Cinderellas know they're on a Cinderella run. This team just thinks they're good. This team just is like, no, we're a good basketball team. There's nothing magical.
What a different world we're living in, right?
There's this team just walks and plays and acts as if, why are y'all surprised? Why are y'all shocked?
Eric emails in Equitable Bank inbox. I completely understand what you're saying about all of the season. We're going to be thinking about that first NCAA tournament win. But I still think with Hoiberg being our coach, big picture wise, even if we have an amazing season and lose our first game, that's still a huge step for Husker basketball. I understand that opinion from Eric because it would be like this is the next step. They're good. But I guess I'll push back a little bit, or maybe a lot, and just say, like, if this team continues to play at this high of a level for 3 more months, and then they also lose, like, that's going to be quite the gut punch.
Heartbreaking. It'd be heartbreaking.
Sure. So I'll disagree. Like, you can certainly move forward and say, look at what they've done now in over 4 years. They built, they just keep getting better and better. Brighter days are ahead. I'm also a believer in, like, man, if you have a window, you got to take
now
advantage of that window.
I want to put this out here, though.
Okay.
This is all purely hypothetical. There is probably a higher chance that they're not a top 4 seed than they are being a top 4 seed.
I would agree.
I would agree. This is all, if we're being realistic,
they've just checked every box.
They're probably, closer to a 7, right? In the grand scheme of things, a 6 or a 7, right? It was me being realistic, but they're probably closer to 6 to 8.
Are you saying they could be a 41, a 4 beating a 1?
No. What is that?
I don't know. That's what the kids do, 41.
No. Stop. I'm not.
I learned this from a child recently.
They're probably closer to being
a literal
in the
child.
6
Is
to
that
8
really what
range.
kids are doing, or do you just do that to mess with
No, because I was like, what do you know about 12, 13? And they were like, that's not real. And then they did 41. It's real. Ask a kid.
They're probably closer to being in the 6 to 8 range than being a 4 seed. But at the same time, they've done nothing. They've won every game. They've won every game. They beat a ranked team on the road. And the teams that they played before that, they didn't just beat them. They kicked their ass.
Yeah, for sure. 402-951-1620. Let's go to the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline where Don awaits. Hello, Don.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
I will be the first to admit Nebraska's playing great, and they're playing great as a team.
Uh-oh.
But they've got that Illinois win was impressive.
Yeah.
But they got 11 wins, and that's only really the one really good team they beat. And I'm a Creighton fan, and Creighton is not good this year.
No.
And K-State's not that good of a team. They haven't played Purdue yet. They haven't played Michigan yet.
You're
they haven't played
You're right.
the other good Big Ten teams. And I hope, hey, you know what? I hope they go on a magical run. I do. I like rooting for them every time when they don't play Creighton.
Hey, Don, let me ask you this real quick before you go to break. Like,
Go ahead.
you're right. You're right about the wins, right? The win over Illinois, easily the most impressive. Is there something, though, about whooping the other teams that impresses you?
No, the way they play. Reek Masters is shit. I'd love to have him on any team.
That came by honestly.
Yeah, but the rules are rules, Matt.
No, I know.
Don, thank you for the call. It was great until you said a bad word. Jordan writes, Creighton fan, your opinion is invalid, Don. Wow, Jordan.
But he's not. I mean, he's
you
not.
can't just
look,
erase
he's
people
not-
because their
he's-
opinions.
He's not completely wrong in the fact that, more than likely, things are. They may not. They're not. Look, they're not going to go the year undefeated. Okay, like that's not going to happen. They're not going to win every game.
Classic Creighton honk, Matt McMaster.
And he is right in the
Hater.
fact that they've had one true quality win through 11 games, and there's a long way to go. But you also cannot deny that they've had they are just watch them play basketball. You can't look at them and say that's not a tournament team.
Yeah.
You can't look at them and say that team couldn't win a tournament game. You can't look at them and say that's not
They
a
can't
really
win
good
two,
basketball
and Josh would be right. Jacob says that was so weak to cancel the call. Jacob, I'm sorry. The
We
rules are
have
rules.
to.
If they say the S word, we have to say goodbye.
It's not just an internet show. We're also on the public
This is
airwaves.
AM radio,
It is.
Jacob.
You
This
can't
is
swear on AM radio.
This is not AM radio. Sean texts in.
Oh.
Matt is a blessing for 1620.
Whoa.
His chemistry is great with all of you for a young boy.
Well, part of the chemistry is that I know how to take jokes, and I like being part of.
You're also really good at letting somebody set up their teases.
Yeah.
Like,
Great about not
incredible.
interrupting.
You are awesome at that. You are getting better at saying Creighton.
Maybe, dude.
You don't say Creighton anymore.
Dude, I've tried. Gary laughs every time.
Creighton.
Well, now
You sound like
also,
Brian Christopherson now.
It's gone into other words as well. Like today, I said identity.
There you go. You sound like Brian Christopherson.
Yeah. So, but I have to. I have a lisp. I might be one of the very few radio hosts in the top 100 market that actively has a lisp. But I have one.
Wow.
So
Let's see if we can do
it's a
some
flaw.
Nick, let's do some research on that and see if his claim is correct.
Okay.
You're listening to WPI here in Philadelphia.
402 texter. Matt's a J-Sker. Shut him down.
I'm not a J-Sker. I
Those are the rules.
I have a job. I do my job at the highest degree I can, and I got a degree from the University of Nebraska. Both can be true.
Jordan writes, Josh, I don't think you want chemistry with young boys. A little problematic. He is a man. Barely, but he is a
No,
man.
I think he was talking about the.
No, I don't have
fourth
chemistry
thing.
with them. I was at a friend's party, a friendsmas party, and they have children. I don't just ignore
And you were
it.
just hanging out with the children
No,
instead of your friends.
I just was being the dorky old guy, and I
Yeah.
wanted to do the 6'7" thing and then just lean into the bit.
I talk to kids like how I talk to you. I just like if I ever see a
Just
kid,
mark the I talk to kids.
I have a little cousin. She's like 6 years old.
Little
and
cuzzo?
I look
Little cousin.
and I look at her. I go, "What's up, dude? What's up? How are you?"
Good
I don't
one.
go. I don't go. Oh, hey, how are you?
Oh.
You doing great? Oh my god, what are the kids doing?
But you're their
nowadays?"
age practically. I'm way older than them now. It's
I'm
more
not.
fun.
I'm not.
By the way, I will say this before we go to break. One quick Dylan thing, because we're done talking about him for the day. But the jokes on Sunday, like, well, now he's gonna have to break his or tear his ACL, were funny.
They were funny.
I found them enjoyable. All right.
He has gotten away from it a little bit though.
Yeah.
But he was injured, so I don't think he got away from it a little bit because he literally broke his foot.
All right. When we return, the Chicago Bears.
Whoa,
Chicago! The 2 seed in the NFC playoffs. It's a spot you want to be because you don't have to play the 49ers in the first round. A very good team. A very good team that will beat the Bears if they are to play.
No, they won't.
Okay. Lunch bet.
But if they don't play, dude, I don't want to play anybody in the NFC playoffs. I just want to make the playoffs and then say, "See you guys. We'll have."
Wow,
we'll
what
see
a
you later."
life that would be.
You want to do a Dolphins where you make the wild card
Yeah.
and then get knocked out right away.
Dude,
by
every
the
team,
Bills.
dude, they're like the Rams are great, but like every other team
wow.
in the NFC is like pretty damn. Like it's not that I'm afraid of them. It's like all the teams in the NFC could beat all the teams in the NFC that are currently in the playoffs, minus the NFC South winner.
Mike Schaefer, who's filling in tomorrow for John, had a take recently, and I should have pushed him on it, but he was like, "Yeah, the AFC is better than the NFC."
No, it's not.
I want to yell at him like, "What are
No,
you
it's not.
talking?"
No, it's not.
Dude, it's a bad take.
Dude, San Francisco's good. Seattle's good. The Rams are good. The Packers are good.
Packers were good.
Okay, but they still
Remember
are,
that player tore his ACL,
but they're still good.
and they don't have a receiver.
They're still good.
And they lost their best tight end.
But they're not
best offensive.
You
player.
could have said they were great before Micah. I still think they're good.
Yeah, they're not going on.
I still think, but could
Plus
you,
their coach is
do
whiny.
you think Green Bay could beat San Francisco without Micah Parsons? I think they could.
Mm.
Could Green Bay beat?
You know what happens when Green Bay plays San Francisco in the playoffs?
They lose
every time.
But like
every time.
Okay, do you think Green Bay could beat Chicago without Micah Parsons? I think they definitely could.
Well, we'll find out on Saturday.
Yeah, we're going.
Sounds like a conversation for next segment.
Yeah.
It does sound like a conversation for next segment. Nick, that is excellent producing.
Thank you.
Excellent producing. All right, we'll get to that next segment in our next segment here on 1620 The Zone.
Bad radio.
Whoa, new bump.
One of them.
Look at that. A new bump.
Wow, look at Mr. Podcast recognizing a new bump right away.
Of course I do, Nick. I listen to our show every day.
Nice.
I even listened to some of yesterday's show. I had to get my fix. Man, when big news breaks, no better place to go than 1620 The Zone.
Mark that down for the College World Series for that promo.
Wherever we be,
we be.
Yeah.
All right.
I love how nobody knew for the whole 9 days that I was the host of 1620 The Zone.
I knew. I was working with you.
Yeah, I know, but like every other host was on the promo cut except for Matty Mac.
You were often not on your own promos.
Yeah.
It's the Gary Sharp Show featuring Matt sometimes.
That's what the promos would lead you to believe.
Mm-hmm. Let's talk about the Bears. Matt, you said earlier you don't want people to talk about the Bears because you've now reached that stage. I'm projecting on you a little bit, so
Project
correct
on
me
me.
if I'm wrong. I think you've reached that stage where you really like this team. You really want to believe in this team. And in a wide open NFC and NFL season, you probably go to sleep at night asking, why not us? And so when people say good things about the Bears, it makes you nervous because you're worried that putting it out into the ether could cause them to lose in the first round of the playoffs on a rare triple doink.
He's quivering.
Yeah.
You see him shaking his boots.
Do I have you nailed right now?
So 2 days ago,
I'm gonna mark that one too.
2 days ago,
Have you nailed right now?
2 days ago,
Did you make a trip?
I thought, they're not gonna win the Super Bowl, but they, it's not out of the realm that they make it. Like it's not.
Do I know you or do I know
it's
you?
like not out of the realm of possibility that they could do it. Like I could see them
a tingle, Nick.
Yeah,
Oh.
I could see them like
Bears tingle.
rattling off 3 wins in a row and just things breaking their way like they have all year, right? And
if you're the 2 seed, you get the first playoff game at home.
Yeah.
You win that, you get the second playoff game at home. And all you need is an upset.
Yeah.
Like the Eagles got last year, and then you get a third playoff game at home. That's a possibility in the 17.
It's one of those things where, like, now, if I'm being honest with you,
Okay.
I'd rather be the 5 seed, because then you get to play the NFC South champion. And
You
I
don't
would,
wanna be the 5 seed.
well, I mean, I'd for sure get
Are
a
you
win.
saying home field advantage for Soldier Field's actually overrated?
a
and
little,
maybe-
yeah.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
was trying to roast them a little bit.
No, I mean, we've had home field advantage
but-
before in the playoffs and we've lost.
You go down to Tampa and then you lose, and then you're like, well, this was terrible.
Yeah, that's true. But anyway, all this to say, like, I could see this team for sure beating, like, if the Lions sneak in the 17, I could see them beating the Lions. And then they would play probably, the San Francisco 49ers, who they've already played. And they're going to play them at home.
Actually, I think so just to push back, I think you're wrong because I think the 49ers, if the playoffs stick with what it's right now, I think they'll beat Philly. And they would play the 1. And so then you would play the winner of Seahawks.
Philly.
No,
Or
Seahawks, Bucks, or Panthers.
Sure. So all this to say, we don't know what the playoff picture looks like, but I could see them, like, I've convinced myself, man, I could see them in the NFC Championship game. And I could see it where it's just like, man, it's a weird game and they
really
end up
hard.
winning. But then I thought, man, what if they went on a run? Like, what if they just did it? What if they just
Why not
threw
us?
caution to the wind and they just went on this magical run? And maybe they, like, I'm not going to think they're going to win the Super Bowl. What if they did? Like, it's not out. It's not out. Now, here are the things that are working against them. Like,
They're the Bears.
no, it's not
Oh,
even that. Like, there's
okay.
actual football things working against them. Number one,
Their
like,
quarterback paints his nails.
they are super turnover dependent.
So people say, Nick, I would never.
Super,
Fine to paint your nails.
super turnover dependent.
Yes, that is illegitimate.
And
yes, that's
like,
it's a big problem in terms of variance.
their offense, man, is super inconsistent. And it really boils down
The
to,
quarterback does throw a mean ball though.
well,
That touchdown.
They should make the ball happy.
But the offense is super inconsistent because the quarterback has been super inconsistent. And everybody has harped on Caleb Williams, 59% completion percentage. I'm like, well, he could be Dylan Raiola and have a 74% completion percentage, but then take all of the sacks in the world.
Oh.
Like Caleb Williams has a lower completion percentage because he throws the ball away a lot because he's avoiding pressure. Okay. But all that to say, the quarterback play is really inconsistent and they're super turnover dependent. And there are times, and it's happened the last 2 weeks where they kind of get away from the run and they fall in love with the pass. And I'm
I liked it when they
worried
ran
about
the ball
that.
against the Eagles.
Exactly. So there are, and also too, like,
if we're doing a superstar, like who are the superstars on each team, I think the Bears they lose some of those battles. They don't have those massive high. Like if we were doing who are the top 5 players in this game,
sure.
I think the Bears get beat out more oftentimes than you would like. And so, there are things working against them. I would love for them to have a superstar like Christian McCaffrey. I would love for them to have a superstar like Jahmyr Gibbs.
Wouldn't we all?
I would love for them to have a superstar like Devontae Adams or Matthew Stafford or, the tandem of Kyron Williams and Blake Corum. Or I would love for them to have Puka Nacua. Like I would love for them to have those superstars. I would love for my quarterback to play more consistent. Like at the same time, though,
I would love to not be a Dallas Cowboys fan.
At the same time, though, Josh,
Matt,
they've had all these problems and they're 10-3.
Yeah.
They're 10-3. And they have found ways to win football games. And it's like, it's easy for me to say, man, like I'm worried that they're turnover dependent. But hell, Dennis Allen and how aggressive the secondary is and how aggressive the middle linebackers are and how aggressive he is in sending blitzes and packages, they just seem to create those impact plays. And so it's like a lot of the things that you're concerned about and I'm concerned about them, like they've been there and yet the bottom has not fallen out. It has not mattered that Caleb is inconsistent. They have been in every single game.
Jordan
and won
says,
more of them.
Will the field hold up? The groundskeepers are used to working that late into January.
Okay, but like that's actually a great comment by Jordan.
Maybe they should go on the road.
Because Soldier Field's turf is awful. Like Soldier Field's turf barely holds up in a whole regular season. Now, credit to Matt Eberflus. He actually made some suggestions in terms
Credit to Matt Eberflus.
He made some
brand new sentence.
I am going to punch you in your face.
He actually, Matt Eberflus came in as the head coach and made some suggestions to the grounds crew in terms of what type of grass to grow in Chicago and at Soldier Field. And actually like it actually helped them out. Like the turf is still terrible, but it's actually better than what it's been.
Good job, Flus. You still suck.
He still sucks.
I hate
but
his guts.
No,
Nick.
me too.
I can tell.
But like the Chicago Bears are a really good team who could very well pull off a magical run and find themselves in the NFC Championship game, and then you never know, right? Like that's kind of how I view them. They could pull off.
Well, imagine if you played in LA, like half the stadium would be Bears fans.
Yeah,
that's the best part about the
So
Rams
they-
being the
they
one
could
seed. Is
do
that
it.
stadium's going to get invaded twice if they win.
At the same time, I would pick about 5 teams that could win the Super Bowl, obviously, before the Bears. And I would pick, probably 6 teams that could make it to the Super Bowl before the Bears. But
See,
the
now
Bears,
that's wild. 6 teams in the NFC.
Okay, no. I'm talking about just the entire
Well,
league.
the AFC doesn't count. 6
Okay.
teams to make. You'd have just go NFC teams. in terms of
Seattle,
LA.
Those are for sure 1 and 2. I reserve judgment at this point for when they play San Francisco.
Yeah,
I
I
would
think
like-
I'd go actually with the NFC West teams 1, 2, 3.
No,
And then you know what? I do think I'd go with your Bears. I'm serious.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're not picking I think the Lions are they're teetering.
I don't think the Lions are going to make the playoffs. I think it's
Yeah.
going to be hard. Certain the Bucks or Panthers, no thank you.
Yeah,
and then the Packers
are
have
hurt.
too many injuries.
Yeah,
It's
so
too many injuries.
So I reserve judgment,
Which is a
for-
shame.
But I want to see. In theory, I think they match up well with San Francisco. I need to see how they play against San Francisco.
Don't want that.
Why are you like you and John
Why do I
both-
respect Kyle Shanahan, the guy who, when he makes the playoffs, he always goes to at least the NFC Championship game?
Yeah.
At least. Because he's a damn good coach, man. I'm so impressed by
But
that
they're-
organization.
but
They've had a
look-
ton of injuries again, and they're still good. They beat the Seahawks.
I'm not saying that
They beat the Rams this year.
I'm not saying that they're not a good team. But do you know who's also a good team? The
The
Chicago
Bears.
Bears.
I'm with you.
And
so
so-
I got 2 things for you. 2
Okay.
things. 1,
They got to get healthy.
Ben Johnson is him. He is exactly who you hope for.
Yeah.
That guy rocks. 2, this team is going to break your heart. Oh my gosh. I can already tell. You are going to be catatonic when they lose in the playoffs this year, and that's a bummer for you. I hope it happens later. You're one of the
I don't-
few that I'm like hoping has some happiness. I don't want any NFL happiness
Do you-
for
do you-
anybody.
Do you
anymore.
want my? This is such an asinine take, but this is my honest opinion. I kind of like. I think my easiest way out is them losing in the divisional round. Because if they were to lose in the wild card, it'd be like, man, this was all for naught. This is so stupid.
But if they lose later,
This was-
you're
but if they were to get to the NFC Championship game, oh my god,
you're bargaining right now.
dude.
You're bargaining
Dude, if
with
they
the
were-
football gods.
If they were in the NFC Championship game,
Mm.
I'm like, because if they were in the NFC Championship game, there's no way that you can't convince me they can't win that game.
Sure.
Especially if they get lucky and they're not playing the Rams. Like the Rams get upset and they play that game at home, in which I would do everything in my power to go to that.
Matt McMaster, use some of that chore money. Aaron texts into the show. Aaron of Packer fandom writes, Packers going to beat the Bears this week. Halfley going to force their quarterback to throw from the pocket. He sucks from the pocket.
See, but at the same time, Ben Johnson he sucks from the pocket, so he rolls him out a ton on the left and the right side, and so can't force him out of the pocket if he's comfortable being out there, and he clearly is. So, I mean, I don't think that's bad analysis from Halfley, or from
Aaron.
But-
Jeff Halfley not texting into the show right now.
I
for
think
the
that's good
record.
analysis from Aaron, but like Ben Johnson literally schemes up plays so he could get Caleb going on the run, and so he doesn't have to put him in the pocket.
Ben
And he's
Johnson's
done
good.
that so well. And the way he uses motions and the way he sets up tight ends on blocking angles, like they're like, oh my God, Cole Kmet is improved so much in blocking. Like, well, it's because he's actually running at a proper angle at the guy, and the play is moving a certain way, and he's actually set like his shoulders are actually square to the guy that he has to block. When he was blocking for Shane Waldron, he just had him go one-on-one with linebackers. Like, no, like you got to set him up in ways, use his feet to give him advantages on angles and leverage and blocking. He's finally doing that, which has made, just Ben Johnson is the ultimate play caller that makes players better. And the players have been better. Also, too, Eric Bieniemy being the running backs coach for the Chicago Bears has been like the most underrated hire, I think, in the NFL.
Jordan writes, no Micah to terrorize Caleb, though. Yeah, and their other pass rushers have been struggling. The
They
Packers
really-
pass rush, Micah aside lately, has been a big-time struggle. And I don't know if people know this, Micah Parsons out for the year. By the way, Bears,
very hurt.
You've brought that up a lot.
Just in case somebody missed it, Nick. If they're
In case
driving
somebody
home,
missed Micah Parsons being out for the season.
there's got to be one of our listeners who was like, what? I missed that this weekend. I'm just trying to help them out. Bears, by the way, Matt, if you want to take a flyer on them, 12-1 to win the NFC.
Oh, to win the
12-1.
NFC.
They have 6 best odds. The only teams behind them in the playoffs are the Bucks. The Lions are behind them, but the Niners, the Packers, the Eagles, the Seahawks, and the Rams.
They could go on a magical run just because.
Of course they could.
Dating all the way back to like week 8, we were like, no way this lasts. No way this keeps going.
That's what she says.
And I know. Well, that's what
And she's right.
That's what she says when Nick toggles the box.
but
It's because I'm good at it.
Play those drops, Nick. Play the
nice.
drops.
No, but it's but it's one of those things though where it's like they were a 7-point underdog against the Philadelphia Eagles, and they proved everybody wrong. And then they went ahead and they played the Green Bay
Nailed
Packers
that one.
in a game they probably should have won. And then
They didn't cover, and they still proved everybody wrong.
And they went ahead too, Josh. And everyone, you had people who get paid way too much money to be on TV saying, "Wow, the Browns are a great defense. Caleb Williams is going to struggle." And they went ahead and they beat them by 28. Like, this is a team that people were calling Cleveland it's a trap game. It's a trap game. They said, screw a trap game. We are a good team. So just one of those things where I think we're all trying to, I've been trying to convince myself that it's not real. And every single week they have proven to me, no, hey, there's, what did you talk about? Flash over substance. There's substance with the Bears.
Yep. I would agree.
I just don't think they're a better football team than the Rams and Seahawks objectively.
One of our most favorite Packer listeners, Sam, writes, talking about you already penciled them in as a 2 seed. Bears fans never learn. And he adds, his guard is so down. You know what, though?
I've never been more, he's totally right. I've never been more confident heading into a Packer game in my entire life. Ever.
I like the Bears this weekend, too.
Ever. I've never been more confident that the Bears are going to win against the Packers. Even in 2010, when they played in the home soldier, the game that broke my heart, the game that started it all. You want to know why I'm an
5-year-old Matt.
8-year-old Matt at Soldier Field, had Jay Cutler and the boys, had Matt Forte, had everybody. We were at home. We had beaten the Packers earlier in the year. This was it. And BJ Raji and his big bum into the end zone.
Tough luck for me. I was rooting for Aaron Rodgers in the Packers that day.
But even then,
I regret it. I apologize.
Even then, when the Bears were favorites in that game, I thought that they were going to lose. Even 8-year-old me had good takes back then.
Josh, I agree with everything Aaron Rodgers has ever said and done.
No, do not say that. No.
He's definitely dating. He's definitely married to an AI, right?
His wife is real, guys. She's from Canada. You just don't know her. One more text before we go to break and get to content. Jeremy writes, McMaster, like me, is a Colts fan, but then they proved me right, and they all died and suck. LOL.
Like, yeah.
Nice tingle you got there, Nick. I
Hey.
was right about the Colts all along.
It was
See,
still
never
a good
wrong.
tingle.
Just early.
You were stop it.
Nailed it. Nailed the
Their
Colts.
guys got hurt. Congratulations, Josh Peterson. You looked at a team that was overperforming and said, "Oh, I think they're probably going to regress to the median." You are such a genius. Such a genius,
Thank
Josh
you, Matt.
Peterson.
Thank you, Matt. I appreciate you saying those kind words. All right, when we return, it is time for some content. We will finally talk about Micah Parsons.
By the way, this is not a segment I know what happens in, so you're going to have to guide me here.
Wow, you don't listen to the Grum at 5:35?
I'm
Tough.
At this point, I'm like cooking dinner and prepping for my own show that I have in the morning.
So this is a segment where Nick reads us questions. He's gotten better at reading them over the years.
Okay.
I learned how to read on
Man,
the show.
reading is tough.
Reading is tough.
It can be.
People be saying that. We will talk about Micah Parsons' injuries. Sorry. We will talk about the news items that I missed while I was gone yesterday. Let's see. A guy named Portnoy shows up, Nick.
Ugh.
If Nick gets to that question. And more when we return. Plus a question about Matt and Creighton.
We're like Port annoying.
Got him! When we return on 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike. All right, it's time for Matt's favorite segment of each and every week, content. Before we get to that, Bud Crawford has announced that he is retiring.
Whoa.
How about that news, Nick, to kick off Unsportsmanlike content?
That's kind of a bombshell.
Nick, give us your top 5 Bud Crawford fights. Go.
Josh,
Nick,
you were off yesterday. So you missed a few news items.
Oh.
For example, Dylan Raiola is leaving Nebraska, going to the transfer portal.
What?
Also, some players in the NFL tore their ACLs.
Oh, wow.
You got any takes?
Not about those, Nick. Why wouldn't you ask me about the volleyball team? Is it because you hate women or because you are so defensive of them that you don't want to ask me about how they lost?
It's because it didn't copy over when I copied and pasted.
It wasn't in there. I was just making fun of it.
I got scared. Oh my God. I missed it.
I'll go with a volleyball take because we talked about Dylan and we might talk about torn ACLs. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I don't know what's going on. You know, so 2 years ago they lost in the Natty. Last year they lost in the Final Four. This year they lost in the Elite Eight. What's going to happen next year, Matt? And the year after that, and the year after that. In 3 years hence, they won't even make the tournament if this continues.
It's just one of those things where it's like, this is what happens when just it's really hard to win a national title. Like it really
solid take from you, Matt.
Really just boils down to you can just not have your best stuff for one day, or weird crap can happen. Which, by the way, weird crap happened.
Oh, it was happening.
Like Bergen Riley, potentially National Player of the Year, has an illness, very sick, pale white, and by the way,
Josh. That's how I describe you.
Her backup, broke her finger earlier in the week. Oh, and by the way, the depth that they've been using all year, Ali Sheck ends up steps on a volleyball in pregame practice. Andy Jackson, who's been one of the most efficient players, who was the most efficient player in Big Ten volleyball history, has a bad game. Just had a bad game. Just didn't play well.
Brutal.
It just happens. It's awful.
Speaking of ACLs, Josh,
Nick,
you haven't yet apologized for Micah Parsons getting hurt.
Why would I apologize?
In fact, I think I've counted you mentioning it no less than 10 times today.
Have I?
People are saying you're happy about this. Would you like to apologize now?
First of all, I don't want to apologize for something I haven't done. I'm sorry that I didn't tweet about it on Sunday. I was tweeting about other things. Second of all, this sucks. He's one of the best players in the... Why are you laughing?
No, I find it so funny you have to say this. I think it just goes
People
without
kept
saying.
asking me, apologize, give your opinion.
Dude, I'd be laughing my ass off if you were like, I'm glad he's hurt.
No.
I'm glad he tore his knee.
I would never say that.
I know.
I
I'm
will
kidding.
say this, though. Packer fans, Cowboy fans, no longer getting to watch Micah Parsons on your favorite team this season. I know the
There it
pain you're
is.
going through.
11.
Well, I had to bring it up for the answer.
According to a report by Ben Portnoy of Sports Business Journal.
You thought it was the other Portnoy.
You got me. That's fair. Administrators from both service academies, quote, have held extremely early stage discussions to map out what expanded playoff might mean for the game's standalone space in the second week of December. If they were to move dates, is there an obvious spot for the concept of a plan of this rivalry game?
Talking about Army-Navy, obviously.
Yeah, the beginning of the year.
So you're a week 0 guy for Army-Navy.
Yeah, let's just put it there.
Do you worry that it would be too sunny?
Oh, great sicko question. Okay. Like, yes and no. I guess if you're a nostalgia guy that you like that,
Like the highlights would take a whole new tinge.
Yeah, like it literally, the picture would actually be a watchable game from a color perspective.
Like, isn't it wild? You watch like a week 1 game at Lambeau Field, and you're like, "Wow, Wisconsin looks beautiful."
This is why college football is the greatest sport. It's because only college football fans
has this dumb problem.
Would care about the fact, like, hey, do we really want to play Army Navy in good weather? You know, isn't that part of the allure that they're in Foxborough and they're wherever, and they're just in terrible weather? Like, I just play it. You just got to keep the game alive. You got to keep the game. I love that the game matters so much, and that is an actual topic that we talk about in college football, even though that Army and Navy aren't
nationally relevant football programs, right? I think it's a great tradition.
But troops.
Well, no,
and he wants
they're-
to see the
well,
troops suffer in the cold.
Well, Navy has been. Navy's had a couple of
Or heat stroke.
Navy's had a couple of really good seasons, and they've been competing for college football.
Army was pretty
playoff
solid a few
spots,
years ago.
So I mean, but you know what I'm saying here. I would just move it to week 0.
I'm picking up what you're dropping.
Honestly, I think if they suggested bowl games, like, hey, bowl games aren't at the end of the year. Bowl games are just now a 13th game.
And it's at the start of the year?
It's at the start of the season.
Great take. I've had that take for a while.
I think that would be phenomenal because then it's like, you know, if you're a great team, hey, man, you get a great game to begin the year. You get an opportunity to, like, set off your resume really well. And if you're a mid team, you know, hey, you're going to have an interesting Power 5 matchup.
So
you know, that is going to let you kind of get these things rolling heading into the year. And also, too, college football, for how great the sport is, does not do opening weekend well at all. Okay,
sometimes
like,
it does,
but that's the thing; it doesn't do it consistently, right? The fact that Major League Baseball does it so much better than college football, like, come
So
on,
baseball's better.
it's not.
Matt,
But-
we'll finish
Yeah.
up on this.
Hey,
word on the street is that someone made you 2 trays of cookies today. What's
Yeah.
the deal with that?
Yeah.
What happened?
So, Ruth, my wonderful Ruth salesman or saleswoman, Ruth, Ruth McCauley, she made me 2 full trays of cookies.
Why?
I represented the company at an event that we had a table at, and I was the only person who went, and I was the only person at the table. And then the representative, like the person who ran the entire event, came up to the table and talked to me about how much they love our company's support. And so I was the liaison and representative of this company at an event. I talked to that person for about 5 minutes, told them great things about what they do. And Ruth, who she's awesome, she's been incredible to me, rewarded me, I guess, very sweetly with 2 trays of cookies.
Think you got? Is there something on your nose there?
No, I'm a company man.
Were the
Matt
cookies
McMaster.
brown?
Hey, you could have went to that event. You could have gone to that event and gone cookies for yourself.
I was busy.
You decided not to. I decided, hey, I like boxing. I'm going to go to this boxing event. And I went there, and I was the only person. There was a big table.
You sent me a text.
And it said NRG Media, and no one was sitting there. And I was like, and I was a little bummed. I thought other people would come, and I was going to hang out with coworkers, you know. But it was whatever. It was a fun time.
Would you put the emphasis on workers? Are you
co-workers.
Christopher Walken?
Thank you. That was the first thing I thought of.
Co-workers.
Co-workers.
All right, when we come back, it's time for What's for Dinner? What establishment will Matt be visiting tonight? Find out next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Travis writes, on my own for dinner tonight, and we'll be grabbing takeout in Dallas. What should I get? Any genre suggestions? To which Baptism by Fire said, when I'm in Texas, it's always either barbecue or tacos. My lean is always, if like everything's on the board, wings. My favorite wing spot would be my recommendation for you, Travis.
Ooh.
Your favorite wing spot in Dallas, get that. Buffalo sauce on the side for the fries.
I'm such a Gen Z guy where it's like, if I don't really know what I want to eat, I just get Chipotle.
Interesting.
I just go, can't go wrong.
Well, what's for dinner tonight?
I made soup yesterday.
Big bags of soup.
I
Soup
went
for my family.
Yes, I don't understand those references. So,
that would be the president of the United States, Matt.
Okay.
He couldn't vote then. It's okay.
Oh, that's
So,
right. That was 2020.
I made a like broth that was inspired by the soup in Ratatouille. So the broth is that, and
Is
then
it
it's
Ratatouille?
Oh yeah, I told my wife, or I told people that I don't like Ratatouille, and she was like, "Wow, this is worse than being a Cowboys fan."
yeah,
never
it's a
seen
great
Ratatouille.
movie. It's a great movie.
Mid as hell.
So I just got a text from my roommate. He goes, "Damn, where did you get all these cookies and stuff?" So I'm having that soup.
And cookies and stuff.
It's chicken, potatoes, and it's awesome. It's great broth. I made it yesterday in a crock pot. So that's what I'll be having for dinner with a nice glass of whiskey.
Nice.
Nick?
We're gonna go see Christmas lights tonight, so I don't know.
Well,
We'll figure something out.
God, I forget you guys. You
You have
guys like,
children now?
No, we just like to go see Christmas lights. Do you not like to go look at Christmas lights?
I mean, I like driving home and seeing Christmas lights, but I've not driven to see them on purpose in years.
Interesting.
I forget you guys can have like lives after this show, which is funny. Which is like you can just go and do things like that. You don't have to worry about waking up till 9 o'clock or something.
I mean, you're going home. You're going to be partying.
No, I'm not. I got to wake up in the morning and I got to host another show.
You're eating chicken, potato soup, and drinking whiskey. That's a party.
Going to Monolithic. Going to have a beer.
Nice.
Going to have grilled cheese.
Nice. Good for you.
And then I'll go home and hang out with my dog.
Yeah, this has begun the grind.
What
I'm
time
done
do
with
you,
this.
What time are you going to bed?
Oh, like 11. That's when I go to bed.
Wow, that's late.
And then I wake up at 4.
Yuck. That's 5 hours.
Yeah.
That's unhealthy.
Thank you.
Matt, thank you for getting less
Thanks,
sleep
Matt.
in honor of us.
Of course.
We're
As
back
always.
tomorrow with Mike Schaefer. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye. Or